Gotta catch up. All right, so we're going to finish up Shatteredmonster. I just realized we're on year 7 of this fort. Hot damn. So, I should put a marker in the VOD. So, here's where we're at, right? Here's the current status. Here's the current status. We have spent 7 years in this fort, and things were not spooky enough. So I made them really spooky. The way I made them really spooky is I put everybody in a small room with a bunch of corpses on the floor and made them into zombies, which worked. Yeah, we have several liches. So, dwarves that were necromancers that then died that are now undead necromancers, like proper intelligent undead necromancers. Animal is one of them. Necromal is, because necromancers are undead, right? Like, they don't eat or drink. But if they die, and then you resurrect them, they come back as normal necromancers, but they don't feel anything ever anymore. So they're more effective than, well, normal necromancers. So that's kind of where we're at with that. But let's just dive into this laggy fort. It's laggy because I have every single cavern layer open. There's corpses everywhere. I haven't been disposing of objects. We've overproduced a lot of shit. I'm not caring about frame rate. I'm expecting this fort to die today. Now, what we need to figure out is what's a fun method of killing this fort. So let's just pop up to the surface for a second here, and I'll show you guys the overview. The tower with quantum air in it is still there. There's a couple items in the ocean, which is, I think, the primary source of our lag, because they move around, I guess, in the currents. We haven't seen any whales or anything super fun like that, but they seem to move around. Occasionally, I've seen, like, the arrows and stuff moving around in the ocean, which is certainly not helping the frame rate situation. There's just straight-up corpses sitting in beds. Like, this body's been here for, like, a year.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah.
We've still got our tavern up here. We've got our kitchens, which aren't being used much. Lots and lots and lots and lots of gravestones being built. As we go down through the fort, these are bedrooms, which aren't getting used much, and these are some more bedrooms, which also aren't getting used much, and the piles and piles of bodies surrounding them. As we go down this tunnel, well, you'll see something very interesting. There's a lot of zombies. These are mostly dwarves, although we also have trolls. A lot of intelligent undead trolls, which I think are friendly. I think are friendlies. I think they're friendly. Anyway, they do fight with my dwarves sometimes, but they're just kind of hanging out in the stairwell. They just live there. Like this guy, you know, this dwarf grim corpse. I have no idea who you were, but you live there. Many of them have their intestines dangling and various other bits. Did I finish the lighthouse? Not even close. Over there on the left are all of the unfinished, kind of half-done / broken pump stacks. So, no, we have not finished the lighthouse. I think we have about a quarter of them done. So in theory, I could finish them if we get a bunch of undead engineers up and running today, which is kind of the goal. So the plan for today is to get a bunch of undead dwarves. I'll show you Galka in a second. Sounds like a legendary Pokemon. It does kind of. We have more than enough power to power it. It's right here. I just need to power it. I need to cook it up and actually power it, but it's strong enough. The Forgotten Beast that's in our basement is trapped in between this bridge and this bridge. And Galka is a, oh, its brain is bruised. That's not good. It's a feathered leech with a knobby shell, and it belches and croaks. Its slate gray feathers are fluffed out. Beware its fire. So it's a fire-breathing leech. So I've seen various different kinds of fire on Forgotten Beasts. Like, I've seen ones that shoot, like, a single projectile of fire that then explodes. I've seen ones that shoot out, like, a straight stream of fire. This thing's got, like, a fire shotgun. That's the only way I can describe. Like, it's literally just a wall of fire that just appears. It doesn't seem to have a huge amount of range, but it just engulfs the area right in front of it in flame, and there's a lot of it. So, thing's kind of scary, alongside of a lot of smoke. Underneath this stairwell goes down, and this is the forges, which are rather unused at this point in time. This is the full list of dwarves. Some of them are alive, some of them are not. Lobarin, who's alive. Nanochip, who's dead. Warm Shadow, who's alive, barely. Phycod, who's alive. Zuglar, who's alive. Necromancer. Muthcat, who is alive. Moose, who is alive. Pink, who is undead. Zun, who is alive. Eripterus, who is undead and completely insane. So, undead and running in circles with no clothes on, with dangly bits dangling out. By dangly bits, I mean intestines. And is just a flashing question mark or exclamation point. So, yeah, that's good. Olan, who's alive. Gimper, who's dead. Kibbs, who's dead. Necromel, who's a necromancer who's undead. Necromel has been in, hopefully will recover, but has been in this, I was in bed for about 3 or 4 months in game and is now an attraction bench. This mood is extensive. But she is healing. She is healing. We are still getting migrant waves, so there's that. Ashen is this doctor, was a peasant when they arrived and is now a staturer. This dwarf is dead, Fated one. But none of these Fated ones have actually had the chance to join the fort. So the Fated ones can't do proper labors, because my mayor is, well, where are you? Who is my mayor? Pilot. Who's Pilot? Pilot. Okay, so one of my necromancers is my mayor. Which currently means isn't super helpful, but like, you know, it's getting to work. So basically what I need to do in order to finish this pump stack is I need those undead things to join the fort. Oh my god, a dwarf was found completely drained of blood. Well, okay then. We have a vampire too. We have a vampire too. All right, well, there's only so many alive dwarves. So, who is it? Is it you? You're fine. You're not the vampire. A necro-vampire? I don't think you can have a necromancer vampire. And sometimes act without deliberation, needs alcohol to get through the working day. I don't think it's this one. Don't think it's this one. I don't think it's Warm Shadow. So it's probably one of the new immigrants. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Not you. I mean, you're not in the fort wave. The problem is I can't look for someone who's just seen dead bodies because there's so many. Yeah, this is the other fort. Yeah. No, you're still alive in your fort. Or in Long Death, which we'll be going back to soon. By soon, I mean... I'm thinking about just taking tomorrow off and the day after, because I streamed on Friday, I streamed yesterday, and I also streamed... I've also earned a day off, which I haven't taken yet. So I'm very much considering just taking tomorrow and the day after off. I was actually considering like putting up a tip goal at the start of the stream and just saying, if we hit this, I'll take tomorrow off. A lot of these dwarves are too new. The fish dissector. Be ironic if it's the one who's like, maybe it's you. Horrified after someone's death. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She's focused with satisfied needs. Looking to see if she saw B-Lug's dead bodies. These titles are crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Just keep an eye. And before it's the child. Yeah, most of them just don't even care about anything anymore. They're just completely numb. It sucks that B-Lug died, though. Means I need new chief medical dwarf. Alright, well... hopefully we learn quickly who our vampire is. I'll just keep an eye. Oh. Gimper, the administrator corpse, is throwing a tantrum, possessed by Cyril. That's fun. Those possessions are no good. We haven't had any fell moods yet, though. So that'll be fun when that starts happening. Oh yeah, also I lost my manager. Pilot, you can be the manager. If it's the child, you'll lose your mind. Is that even possible? I mean, I guess you'd need a child to tantrum and mayor and the manager. Yeah, you wear many hats. You're a necromancer, you're a mayor, and a manager. You're a dwarf who wears many hats. Many, many hats. Tall hats, small hats, big hats, little hats. All the hats. Also, I had merchants spawn that claimed they needed a trading depot to trade, but I have one? I don't know what's up with that. Oh, maybe... oh, I know why. It's forbidden. Figure that out. But, I'm trying... is that a magma crab? That's a magma crab in the hallway. Let's see if I can kill that thing. You know what I might actually do? I think I'm going to block this off. It'll block off our access to the lower levels, but I can still access the pump stack and still access everything we need, but we'll have less random critters crawling into the fort. By less, I mean just less. We'll still have random critters crawling into the fort. Just have less random critters crawling into the fort. And I love how the dwarves just immediately block themselves in. Dwarf is stumbling around to be you bet your bet is a zombie as a vampire? I wonder if that works. I mean, science, I guess. All right, we'll add this area to A. Lock them to A. There's gonna be a lot of canceled jobs for a minute here. Also, where the hell? Oh, you're picking up equipment. Fair enough. I really need you to go murder things. Recover wounded, eh? I got more wounded? Oh, okay. Well, they killed the magma crab, so that much is good. Yeah, I don't know. This fort is currently in a state of peril. Let's just eyeball this to see if there's anybody down here. There shouldn't be. All right, let's turn that off. You're constructing the slabs. You're engraving things. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so we can still deal with bodies. We've got the basement cut off, which will help, which has actually helped frame rate. There's still a cow in my fort. I'm not sure what's stinking over there. It looks like a dog's corpse. But yeah, we're gonna try and get that pump stack done today. That's our goal number one, is get that pump stack done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and queue up everything for the pump stack. Let's just go down to the spot where... And then I'm going to basically queue up everybody to just make pump stacks, or everybody who's undead to just make pump stacks. Apparently, my cell phone provider is giving away... I don't know why I find this funny. Gift cards to milestones. I just got a text about it. Like, gift cards to milestones. I'm just like, I don't want to eat at a restaurant, let alone fucking milestones. All right, something I actually need to do. Turn off that recording. Go over here, go to stocks, go to blocks, and uh-oh. We'll just set everything to be dumped that isn't Gabbro, because I need to be able to queue all this up. I can undump them afterwards. Okay, machines, screw pump, pump from the north, Control R. There we go. Pump from the south. Press S. That's full loop. And recording. Play. State of peril is the starting point of describing this fort? Oh, no, totally. Hey, Trumpet Dog, what's up? Welcome to the final day of our Halloween fort, where we try and finish this glorious pump stack and drown our poor souls in magma to join our glorious fire god of flame. Also, I'm totally not going to do anything about that vampire, by the way. Even if I do figure out who it is, and we'll figure out who it is, not going to do anything about it. Because I think that that is way too funny of a thing to just have, you know? Delightful. Glad you're having a delightful day. Is anybody here doing anything for Halloween? I know that it's kind of a thing that certain Western countries celebrate and others don't. You know, if anybody here has a sniper rifle, Blurry needs ad-free viewing that isn't a VIP badge, because he's missing some emotes. How's your Halloween going, Blurry? You doing anything stupid? You're streaming the new Amnesia. If I'm gonna play anything, If I'm gonna play anything Halloween-y, it'll probably be Dusk. It's broken. Uh-oh. I don't actually know how that got screwed up, but it did. I heard pretty good things about the new Amnesia. On the topic of horror games, apparently that Blair Witch game is free on Epic. If you're looking for something spooky to play. I heard kind of mixed things about that game, but I'm gonna pass on it personally. But I know some people who quite enjoyed that game back when it came out. It has a pet the dog button, so that means it must be good, right? Should have died with the old movie? Yeah, it should have. I mean, the game has like nothing in common with the movies, but it's a nice spooky monster forest game if you want that. You know, Blurry, I almost I'm just like, what high school did you go to? Because I'm wondering if you know this guy. But I watched the first Blair Witch Project on an iPod Classic in a tent with a friend of mine, two friends of mine, about 2/3 of the way up Golden Ears. That's how I watched the Blair Witch Project, the first one, that first movie. I watched that in a tent with a friend of mine who knew Mitch. So I wonder if you knew him. You might have. But anyway, fucking small towns, you know. But yeah, no, I watched that in a tent on a on an iPod Classic. For reference, it's a screen about that big. But God, that was scary. I didn't sleep that night, and then we finished a backpacking trip the next day. Good day, though. Long Dark. Oh, they're doing a Halloween event? I haven't touched that game in a while. That would actually be a fun thing, I would think. All right, so I finished queuing up all that pump stack. It's not going to be done. I still got more to do. Oh, hey, a ghost. A ghost. But what I need is I need undead dwarves that I can give tasks to, or alive dwarves that I can give tasks to. So I want you specifically mechanics, architecture, masonry. First, finish working on those rock slabs. So I've been a Twitch partner for 2 years, Blurry. Where did the time go? Also, you know what's fucking wild? On the 17th of next month is the 6-year anniversary since I started that 30-day stream challenge that you told me to do. It's just fucking crazy to think about. 7 years since my first stream, which was originally on the 14th of November, 2013. So yeah, we're just trying to get this pump stack done. If we can get this pump stack done, I will be surprised, but we will do our best. How long since we last sat in McDonald's? Oh, probably since 2013. 2013 was my actual first streams. But then the whole spat happened where I was homeless for a bit and all that shit. I want to do that corner wall first. It's me an auto follow. Blurry doesn't even know what he's looking at right now, let's be honest. But hello, salty sweetbread. I stream an absurd amount of this game. If you want to get an idea of how much of this game I stream, go to my YouTube channel. Although right now there's a bunch of other things because I've had a busy week of non-dwarves. Bunch of games got patches, and Caves of Cut is good, so I've been playing other things recently. But, yeah, this is kind of I guess the game I'm known for these days. I'm the guy who plays way too much Dwarf Fortress. We're trying to, keep a specific fortress of mine alive for 1,000 years in game, so I'll be returning to that next week. But, yeah. I also make lore videos and play a lot of roguelikes. That's me. But, like, proper roguelikes. Like the new fang-dangled real-time shit. Although, then there's me who's also going to be playing Ziggurat a bunch over the next couple months. Is a year in actual time? Depends on whether or not you're using mushrooms. Because it could be really fucking slow. Yeah, man, Ziggurat too. It's pretty good from what I've played. It's pretty good. Do I even have any miners? Technically, yes. So, this fortress is my Halloween special. So I'm just doing it on Halloween. The whole goal of the fort is to make a spooky fort with as many spooky components as possible, which is why there's a big old pile of bodies and random mindless zombies around. That's what the little ends are. Little blue ends. Mindless zombies. Those were my dwarves. We got little... we got a little messy for a bit. And you were like, holy shit, there's a new one? Yeah, because the developer that made that game went off and made an arcadey farming co-op game for years. But, yeah, if you need Fort Tour, if you're curious about anything that we're doing, just let me know and I'll answer questions. Brought you back, right? For those of you who don't know, the first Ziggurat was the first game I streamed during the original 30-day stream challenge I did back in 2014. Which I completed and then never really stopped. I didn't stop actually. I don't think I took a day off for a year. It was close to a year before I actually took a day off. I want to say the first day I took off was because my internet literally went out, which was when I switched over from Shaw to Telus and only just switched back to Shaw yesterday. But now I can stream at that crispy 8K bitrate. Although I got like 100 up to spare, so I guess I could also just like upload YouTube videos while I'm doing this for the hell of it. And it would just be solid. Oh yeah, Blurry, have you seen my new internet? I got 1K down, 100 to 150 up. And I'm getting 1500 sometime in the next 6 months. 1500 up, 50 down. I'm on the list. It's coming. I'm going to switch back to Telus as soon as that's available. Your brother told me to watch, told me he was enjoying a roguelike game, and I was like, yes, I know what this is because I watched this stream. Wait, what game? I mean, here's the thing, right? I've had shitty internet. I've done my time with shitty internet. And my city has had shitty internet. Ask anybody who comes from here. This is not something we've had for a very long time. Man, Pink, why are you toppling things? It's weird that Grim Corpses can get haggard. Like, it's actually kind of annoying. Like, kind of really annoying. What do Grim Corpses look like? Rotting dwarves. They are identical to dwarves. They're just undead dwarves. So they're dwarves missing a lot of bits and pieces. They're just intelligent undead dwarves. But They might have like weird colored eyes or something. I should look. Incredible muscles, very long sideburns that are unkept, extremely long mustache arranged in double braids, extremely long beard that is arranged in double braids, and extremely long hair, ponytail, his teeth are gaped, and his eyes have large irises. His aquamarine eyes have large irises. His broad head is very tall. His head bears massive scars. He's covered in scars, and most of his body is broken. And his brain is broken. His upper spine is bruised, and he is gelded. His left shoulder is fractured. Poor nanochip. Not that an undead thing could breed anyway, but that sucks. Meanwhile, the most sane dwarf in the fort is this one. My goals are important to me. This dwarf is completely absolutely not bothered by anything. Doesn't care about anything. Actually, I'll bet you this dwarf is the... No, this dwarf isn't the vampire. But this dwarf just doesn't give a shit about anything. Just doesn't care. At all. So much respect for Loborin. Just is completely numb. In fact, when the fights were happening, this dwarf was getting positive feelings from killing shit. Like, literally was excited after killing somebody. Was exhilarated after a fist fight. Felt grim passion after killing somebody. It's like, whoa. This dwarf is a hammer lord and a badass one at that. So, I'm gonna take a 2-second toilet break. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 24 minutes. Back in a moment. And then I will respond to chat and whatnot. You did a haunted biome that you started for Halloween last year. One of your dwarves fought an undead elk. The elk kicked out all of his teeth, and then he kicked the elk, and then he was beaten to death by his own animated teeth. Yep. That's haunted biomes. Also, I picked a good time because the game's saving. So this is a world that I generated while I was interviewing Tarn Adams on stream. So this world is 1,050 years old, and it's the biggest size. It took like 4.5 hours to generate it. So, there's that. Is he just walking around with zombies around him? This dwarf? Yeah, no, this like most of the dwarves in this fort are zombies. I called the leather worker. Are you a vampire? I don't think I'm cut out for this. Yeah, I don't blame you. They're relieved after being rescued. Okay, you're not a vampire. There is a vampire in this fort. We know that. Someone was found completely drained of blood. Very much horrified. Yes. Wonder if it's you. I wonder if it's you. Who's apparently completely lost it. Let's get you onto the same jobs. Because I need that engineering done. Lobarin has to be it. No, he's not. I literally watched him drink booze. He's not. He was one of our founding dwarves for this fort. In the modern UI, the default option making me have to turn it off? Why would you have to apologize for that? If you're leaving the old one in, I don't care. That's fine. It's been really exciting seeing CUD kind of develop a little streaming community, though. Like, having Dorb and people jumping onto streaming CUD has been neat to watch. Because, I don't know if you know, Narf, but Dorb, or I know him as Direbor, has streamed CDDA for literally years. So, like, and seeing Etal play it for the first time, even though he struggled a lot. It's just been nice to see. So, I mean, I don't care. There we go. I got more slabs I gotta place. As long as they don't start toppling slabs, we're good. Just gonna put them everywhere, because it doesn't really matter where we put them at this point. Just need to get rid of these goddamn ghosts. They keep possessing my zombies and making them tantrum. Yeah. I mean, right now, I know you're obvious, you're CUD for obvious reasons, but like, I just wish that Jupiter Hell had the same sort of like influx of player base. I love that game so much, and it's so much fucking fun. Ghostly Glassmaker's been put to rest, thank God. That one kept reopening the fort to trick-or-treaters. I mean, I guess I could throw candy at them. I do actually have candy now that I think about it. Outpost Liaison has arrived. They're here to trade. I mean, I'm just going to ignore them because I literally have nothing I can sell them. Look at all those ducks I have. I got a lot of ducks. All those green Ds, those are all my ducklings. Or they grew up, rather. They're ducks now. Really solid. You played a few runs yesterday. Did you just pick it up yesterday? I am your liaison from the mountain homes. What the fuck happened here? There's much to share. We've updated your maps. Request you have of our merchants. I don't know. Steel anvils? We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just give them all of my artifacts. But the sale sold you. Good shit. Probably could have just got you a key for it, but well then, we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. But yeah, no, it's funny. Whenever people ask, they're like, well, what's a roguelike that I should learn to play? I'm like, well, you want something traditional? The first roguelike you should play is Brogue, because it gets you used to ASCII really quickly, and it is free. And it's really good. If you want something that you buy and play, the first roguelike I always recommend to people is Jupiter Hell, just because it's like, it's concepts everybody knows, because everybody understands shotgun, close range, sniper, long range, pistol, dual wield, all that shit. It's ingrained in people's head. It just makes sense. And it's a cover shooter, so if you've played a third-person cover shooter, you could probably wrap your mind around how the basic mechanics work, even if you don't understand the nuances of it. And it's just pick up gun, pick up ammo, hide behind thing, don't stand by the red barrels, shoot demon. And it's just really quick to pick up and play, and that's why I always recommend it to people. It's like there's very few other games out there like that. But Pilot, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hold it together. Get that lighthouse finished. All right, so we're trying to get lava into this thing. That's our goal, to fill this up with lava. Which means I still need to build like some sort of lava aqueduct thing to push lava over there, because I haven't actually thought about that bit yet. Adamantine arrows count? Well, I mean, right now most of my fort is dead, so we're focusing on just finishing the lighthouse, because that is the goal for this fortress, is to pump lava from the basement to the surface. So that's what we are working on. Also, Necromal's back up and running, which is good. Zacid has been found dead, dehydrated. Oh, you were completely insane, weren't you? A petition is available. Bless. Nanochip requests to join the fortress. Welcome to the Dark Embrace to Nanochip. Now I can actually give you work. Once again. Although Nanochip was originally in the fortress already, but is now back in the fortress. I'm going to take you off of stone detailing, take you off of hunting. I'll put you on healthcare, sure. Take you off of farming, because who farms? We're all dead. Take you off of hauling, because who needs to put shit away? Give you mechanics, and that. Now you can go help, after you're done reading. The red barrels do give cover. They do. And poison barrels, once blown up, block line of sight. Those are the best ones. Might need to forbid all the books in the library again, because they're just reading rather than working. But, you know, they're like, we got all the time in the world. We're undead. Meanwhile, my most effective construction person is not undead. It's because it's this guy. You know, the thing that makes me saddest about Jupiter Hell is just the fact that no one else streams it. Like, it's literally just me that streams Jupiter Hell. At this point, more or less. Which means if I want Jupiter Hell streams, I have to, like, yell at somebody to stream it. Which is a little bit annoying sometimes. God, there's so many zombies. Yes, another one's petitioning. Hallelujah. It took too long, but they're doing it finally. Necromal wishes to join the Dark Embraced. Necromal was our original mayor and is a lich, so a necromancer who died, who's now an undead necromancer, who has 8 notable kills and, well, 1 kill, and is responsible for resurrecting everything. And even though she's completely broken, her mental state seems pretty solid. So, yeah, literally a lich. I kind of want to give her the custom role of lich. You know, I'm going to do that. Profession name. Lich. Almost want to spell that with a Y. A lich necromancer. And, who needs farming? Who needs... Oh, you can have healthcare, because I'm sure you're good at healthcare. You don't need stone detailing, but you do, however, need architecture. You don't need jewelry. You don't need to haul anything. And you need mechanics and engineering. You can build those pumps. But yeah, no, I know that, I'm just going to do this real quick. And put everybody back into for a second. Put a wall piece in here. Someone come fix this. I want to get this blocked off. I don't want... I thought I'd already blocked this one off, but apparently I didn't. I really want Forgotten Beasts to Get a fuck away from me. It just got here. What is it? The first album that you're going to play on your new record player. Ultra Mono. I almost bought that again, but I'm trying really hard to be a good boy and save money right now. Which I'm generally pretty good at. But I've been not as good at recently due to records. And I've dropped my food budgets down and being a lot smarter with my money. You know? Door used by intruder. Sounds about right. But it's okay. We've already blocked this area off. Can't actually get down there. So you can go for a new turntable. I'm just trying to be smart with my money so that I can keep doing this. Like, to give you an idea, right now I'm planning for next summer. I'm expecting next summer to be bad. So that's where I'm at with stream-related things. I'm planning for next summer. We're working on the pump stack, so it's just going to be a lot of waiting for the next little bit. Interrupted by a troglodyte, excuse me? Bug bats. Where are these fucking troglodytes at? I don't see no troglodytes. Bug bats. Unless there's like... Oh, I see. There you are. I was going to say, unless there's like a zombie troglodyte somewhere. Outside of Fort, though. Maybe they already killed it. I also have word from a friend that you'll be very pleased with the announcement soon regarding a particular vinyl pressing. So when are we going to like... When are you going to use your connections to get some bands on our podcast, Ryan? For those of you who don't know, me and Ryan are on a podcast together called Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs. We just put a new episode out this morning. Well, up publicly. It's been on Patreon for like 48 hours now. So if you like listening to me just babble about music and want to listen to me and somebody else babble about music, that's basically what that podcast is turning into. Originally, it was like, or it kind of shifts between like beer, movies, and music, more or less. Kind of shifts between those. Jobs, there's a few suspended. Let's I mean, I'm down. Also, a whole bunch of those pump stacks all just became uncompletable. Is there something forbidden somewhere here? Has to be. We'll just let them finish what they're working on, and then I'll replace them all. Because a bunch of them just got canceled. I'm not sure what canceled them all. A bunch of these just got canceled. I've 100%, almost 100%ed the original game for Brigador, not the sequel series, though. Oh, there's a gremlin. How cute. I also own... a third one. I own these, which are two other soundtracks by the same artist. Well, not soundtracks, but albums by the same artist. Makeup and Vanity set. So I got Synchro and Endless Destiny, both on cassette. I haven't bought the Brigador soundtrack on vinyl. or cassette or anything, because I don't know who pressed it, but it wasn't their normal presser, and the shipping is about 3 times the amount that it normally is. It like those tapes, the shipping on them is like $2. Most of the records for Makeup and Vanity set, the shipping is about $8 to $10 US. But on Brigadier, for whatever reason, it's $35 to ship them to Canada, and I ain't fucking doing that. So now I just need to know who you are, so I can tell you whether or not I miss them. But I don't miss any night shifts. Frankly, fuck those days. Much prefer the days of not leaving the house. Someone else was found completely drained of blood, and another one's gone. Hey, who's doing it? Warm Shadow, is it you? Can't be. This frickin' farmer. But they're seeing so many dead bodies, it's like almost impossible to tell. And I ain't interrogating anybody, but someone is eating my dwarves. It's fine. We just need to get the pump stack done. Although I'm suspicious of this thing. Oh, it's Justin? Oh, well, right. I mean, fucking shrug. I don't like talking about the old days much. It's just a lot of blurs of sleepless nights. Always the one reporting the body, right? Well, it's not my chief medical dwarf because they just canceled drink. And it's not that dwarf who just drank. I know it's not my chief medical dwarf. In before it's the fucking baby. Nope, it's not the baby. Baby's euphoric due to inebriation. Can't be Pilot because you're a necromancer. Could be Moose. Looking at the... Oh, nope, you're a euphoric. It's not Moose. Be Ficod, but I think I already looked at you. Wrote you off. Well, maybe not, actually. Still need alcohol to get through the working day, supposedly, but I don't see you drinking. Due to inebriation, which means they've had alcohol recently. If they... Oh, this one. Euphoric due to inebriation. If they've had alcohol, they're not a vampire, because vampires don't drink alcohol. Vampires don't drink anything, actually, because they don't need to. Except for blood, obviously, because they're vampires. It's got to be one of the undead, then. Yeah, it's also not you. Eh. Well, at least the undead don't have any blood in them. So they're fine. Odd. Telling you. As long as they don't kill this dwarf. You can't invest all. I feel like I've told you this before. Yeah, I don't talk about the old days much because it's... Or I don't like to think about the old days much, and I certainly don't think of them fondly. Because it's... There's a lot of years of 2 hours plus of commuting. Sleeping just a couple hours a day. Working 8 or 9 hours a day. Sleeping maybe 2 hours. Streaming 4 hours. Sleeping 2 hours. And then working again. To the point where it's like, the amount of fucking gray hair I have because of those years, it's just... Don't even want to think about it. Don't miss it. Don't ever want to go back to that. I would actually just jump off a bridge if I had to go back to that. The amount of regrets I have over those years. So much fucking time wasted. Had to stay there because of fucking moronic pressure from stupid goddamn piece of shit people. Or Faded One is carrying something heavy and throwing it into lava, which will get rid of it. I'm trying to get rid of these bits and pieces of bodies because I got so many of them. Have any? No, I need to engrave some more memorials. God, I'm not even... I swear I'm like not even halfway. That's Zach right there. Zasset, Urvash, Aban, Ast, Itur, Aitan, Tekid, Sodal. Well, if you say same here, then why is the first thing you said in the chat, I miss our night shifts together? Sad face. I don't believe you for a fucking sec. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. About fucking time. Jesus. Alright, you go there, you go there. You get taken off that, you get taken off that. Masonry, get to work. Same for you. Vampire food. I mean, fresh meat. Why would you miss me? I was an asshole to customers, anybody who was around me. Piece of shit to work with. I'm actually genuinely shocked anybody spoke to me. The way I acted towards people in that workplace due to where my head was at was borderline unacceptable, frankly, so. What happened to the 1,000-year fort? Absolutely nothing. I'm just taking a Halloween break. Because I wanted to play a spooky fort for Halloween. Be festive. And Caves of Cud got an influx of popularity recently. So I've been streaming that. Jupiter Hell got an update, so I was streaming that. I've just been busy. 1,000-year fort will be returning like first week in November. Fair enough. It's just... I don't know. I just wasn't human for that, like, 6-year period of time. I just really wasn't. Everybody needs healthcare. Everybody... Well, actually, I do need some farmers. Currently, we have none. So we're literally throwing all of our resources towards finishing that and fixing that pump stack. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Vizendir. Because it's literally just... We're taking a Halloween break. Also, I'm letting some people get caught up on the VODs. That's another thing. Like, I had someone comment. They're like, oh, you haven't been uploading this. And I'm like, yeah, because I've been working on Halloween for it. And they're like, oh, good, I get to catch up a bit, so. I don't know, it's just... I wasted a lot of years of my life doing virtually nothing but paying for my ex's hobbies. And... like, keeping a roof above our heads, because she couldn't keep a job for any long period of time. And whenever she did, it would just last for 6 months, and then it would be another 8 months where I was paying everything. And this gig, doing this stuff full time, didn't become even remotely financially viable until like 2017-ish was when it started to become something that I could feasibly do as a job. And it's like, I wasted so much time that I could have been spending on anything else. Or working on this even, trying to make this financially viable if I actually had assistance instead of just like taking years off my life. And it's like, I think back on all that shit and I think back on all the time that I wasted and I get fucking angry. That's the only way to describe it. I get viscerally angry. All right, so I need machines. Axles. Then we'll put a gear assembly right there, which will connect the whole thing. So let's put a gear assembly over here. Gear assembly right there. Horizontal axle. We go right there. Gear assembly in the middle will be the thing that finishes all of this. We can put a door right there, and hopefully nobody knocks this damn thing over. Item blocking site. Just gonna, I swear I've got like canceled or not canceled, forbidden items somewhere on this tower. So I'm just going to mass claim it all. So yeah, that's why I'll never look back on any of that shit fondly, because like it's like, yes, there were certainly fun nights, but looking at it in a macro sense rather than a micro sense, it was the biggest waste of years of my life that I could have done. And especially now that, like, where I'm at as a person versus then, how do I word this? Number of years I could have spent doing things that were actually productive towards getting my life going that I lost, that I'll never get back, wasn't worth it. Just wasn't. Could have been doing anything else. I could have been streaming. I could have been going to school. I could have been doing literally anything else, instead of just grinding myself into pulp, basically. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking shut up. Can I get a round of beers in the chat? If anybody has anything else they want to talk about, we should talk about them. Because me just bitching about my problems ain't fun in the slightest. Let's be honest, nobody likes that shit. And fuck that one. Yeah. Yeah. I guess all I can say is if you're stuck in a dead-end job and you think you can't quit, fucking quit. Just get out. Go do anything else. Literally anything else. Same. It's not fucking worth it. Admittedly, maybe don't quit and try and stream video games on the internet for a living, but unless you have a support network. Let's memorialize more ghosts. Like, it worked out for me, but it could have super duper not. I got really lucky. There we go. Let's get all those placed. Read the group and the universe. Waiting for these new dwarves to just become necromancers because I've got 2 necronomicons in the fort. I'm also very confused by this cow. Don't cows need to graze? This cow's just been wandering around my fort for like a year and it hasn't starved to death yet. What's up with this cow? Like, actually, what the hell's up with this cow? The cow is the vampire? That's what I was, like, thinking about, joking about, but I know that's not how the game works. But I actually was kind of making that joke in my head seconds ago. A cow can knock down a statue. I don't think, like, livestock can be cursed. We'll have to do some shopping, then going home. Alrighty, have a good shop. Maybe we'll see you after. Here's Hobo. Just watching them get that construction done. Cow could knock down more than one statue, realistically. There's just constant fights and crimes happening in this fort, too. Like, it's constant. All right. Pilot has grown attached to an adamantine short sword. I mean, I'm not surprised. Pretty nice. All right, let's... Okay, so that construction's suspended. Just go down to the bottom. So 20, 10. So there's a few that have been constructed down here. 280. All right. We're actually making some pretty good progress then. Pumps from the south. Gabbro, enormous green glass tube. And then play. There it goes. Your town's airport finally opened today, 9 years later than the scheduled cost. Can I ask you what town? And I wonder if one of my mods was working there. So one of my mods works in airport luggage management, and like that's his full-time gig is just assigning those and working in that stuff. And he was literally just yelling like 2 days later. He's like, "Our giant project is finally done." I wonder. 87? So 82, I think. I think a few people might boozle. Okay, let's see. Play. There we go. The airport of Berlin. Okay, I don't think that's one of the ones he's been working. I think most of the airports he's been in are the States, but I have heard about the airport of Berlin. Although he might have. It wouldn't actually surprise me all that much. Come on, you. Already something there. Already something there. Pull from the north. Let's check jobs. There's a lot of suspended screw pumps. Unsuspend all those. Let them get back to work. Although they are getting through them relatively quickly now, which is pretty good, frankly. But yeah, no, and also Tilkas, it has been a while. How you been? Yeah, no, I'm just, I wonder if undead cows stay milkable. I have no idea. Probably not. Something's blocking sight. I'm confused by that. Oh, Dwarf's been taken by a Fey mood. Neat. Dwarf trader faded one. Going up. You've been deep in the caves of Cud, as have I. Lactate yogurt. I want to throw up. I really want to throw up now. Just that mental image is a bit much. All right, Dwarf faded one. Enjoy your possession. By some anomaly from hell? In what, Cud? Or, Jupiter Hell? Was it the first area anomaly? Where the demons just spawn in? I know exactly what area you're talking about. Second attempt at it, and you never made it to cover. Yeah, those acid dudes are fun to deal with. They shred your armor too. That's what's fun about acid. Like you'll have no armor left by the time you're done with the encounter, regardless of how well you play it. While I wait for the game to save. Those large worlds. I can't wait to go back to Long Death and not have to deal with these stupidly long saves. Because Long Death's saves are like 15 seconds at most. These are like 2+ minutes. Long history, big world. Not much else to expect, really. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's really, really bad, actually. Like, really, really bad. Okay, the dead walk. Hide while you still can. Most of your CUD characters have died instantly. That's generally most people's experience with CUD. This is a group I haven't seen before, I think. Nope, never mind. Same group. The three-eyed humanoids with wings. So flying necromancers experiments. And then the zombies are made up of goblin corpses for the most part from looks of things. Let's just make sure everything's forbidden. Excellent. The dead came to watch the fireworks? Oh, well. I'll get everybody inside before I can do anything. Just build a wall right there. All right, dwarves, can we get out? Can we get there and do that real quick? I hope they do. Yep, there they go. Perfect. Is it possible to raise siegers into oblivion? Sure, if I had an army. I don't have an army now. I used to have an army. They all died to a forgotten beast. I have one military dwarf. One. So no, I would not win that fight. Maybe back when I still had 30, like, top tier soldiers wearing top tier gear, which I did in this fort. But no, I'm not winning a fight, especially versus like 100 plus baddies. There's so many. So many. So many. Disaster, oh, it's these things. Very large hairy blob with thin wings of stretched skin, black hair that is very curly. But yeah, no, fighting off against these hordes of zombies is a trip. I get exponentially more money from bits. Gift subs, I can't tell you what percentage I get, but I get the basic partner contract percentage on gift subs. You can look up the percentage I get. If you cheer 1 bit, I get 1 American penny. The dot. So 100 bits is $1 I get paid because you pay Amazon's cut up front. So the most money I get is, like, if you're talking about through Twitch payments, it's through bits. How long until thaw? Good question. Early winter, quite a while. Mid-spring. 2nd month of spring, I think. 26th. So quite a while. We're not going to fight that. We're just going to wait them out. I mean, if I have to, I will dig a tunnel in the lava and pump it in there through here if I have to. We're just going to ignore them. Also, did you ever begin your mysterious construction? No, you didn't. What do you have? You have dog leather, gabbro, and rough yellow zircons. Okay, what do you still need? Damn, dude. That's the first money to date. Thank you for the 1,500 bits, Vaughn. And you actually get a permanent emote from that. Enjoy your paywall. Thank you, man. Thanks for hanging around the stream for as long as you have. You know, you're one of those few people who's just quietly seen almost every single iteration of this stream over the years. So thank you. Thank you much. Check, can you get a big round of beers for the 15 bucks? Cheers, man. For me, yes, Alien Slayer. For me, yes. That's my goal, is to build that lighthouse. Pump magma up to the surface. And cleanse the earth. With fire, because the most popular deity in this fort is the god of fire. We even have a temple to the god of fire. It's right here. So. Still don't know how this cow hasn't starved to death, but whatever. Mystery I shall not worry about. Got a lot of suspended screw pumps. Although we're getting these screw pumps done pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, that's usually how I do my fort theming, right? Think of like, okay, how does this theme work with the fort? How do we make this theme work with the fort? But we'll do probably more than just flood the lighthouse with lava. I mean, I've still got a ways to go before I can flood the lighthouse with lava. But I might even need to make more power. Like, there's a few things I still may have to do. It's because you're likely at work. Well, cheers, Vaughn. That's the coolest thing to me, because, like, also 26 minutes until those are up, by the way, Trumpet. The fascinating, the coolest thing, like, you know, I'm feeling very sentimental because I've been partnered for 2 years now, but like, the thing that my head keeps returning to is I get feedback like, oh, you're the only stream I watch, or your stream has helped me with this thing, or your stream has helped me with that thing. And the thing that oh, you need skeletons? Should have plenty of those, but I guess I need to slaughter some ducks. This is fine. I've had, you know, a few people say stuff to that extent over, you know, the past, however long I've been doing this now. What are we doing on alcohol, actually? 250? I might actually need to start farming again because I've got enough not undead dwarves that I might actually need to do that. But anyway, because I've been doing this as long as I have, I've had people basically say, like, you're the only source of entertainment I have kind of thing. And, you know, I think about YouTubers and creators like Total Biscuit and a lot of those other really well-known names relatively frequently. Like, they are pretty heavy in my mind of people that I look up to and respect and think about a lot, because as somebody who does this for a living, I have this
Crypt Beer, Crypt Calcium, Arcus sub 1, Arcus sub 2.
almost uncomprehendable level of effect on people's lives, because, like, there's creators that I think about a lot and creators that I watch a lot. You know, people like Giant Bomb. I've been just involved with Giant Bomb's content since 2008. I've been listening to their podcasts, watching their live streams and whatnot since 2008. I can't actually imagine a version of my life where that isn't there. And it's weird to think that I've become that for some people. So it's like, it's weird to think about that, but it's kind of cool. And Balinor, thank you very much for the 36 months. Here's, man. So, I don't know. I want to be here as long as bloody possible. And I want to stay here. Because I like doing this. And hey, Cyrolac. I should have just slaughtered that cow. Which I am, apparently. I don't recall doing that. I must have just done it in the back of my head. Alright, that's what you needed. You needed bones. Well, we don't need to wonder how that cow is alive anymore, because it's not alive anymore. No, definitely undead. Wait, what? There was like... Oh, so I love how we have all these demons, these swordsman demons, right? Then we just have this one, which is another one that failed, and it's just a wild animal. Can I slaughter it and then raise it? When you slaughter it, you cut it into a billion little pieces. So if they were to raise it, they would raise like its hair, and they would be aggro and not friendly. So no. If somebody attacked it and killed it, then they could res its corpse, but then the dwarves would just kill it again. So that wouldn't be even remotely helpful. Only intelligent creatures can be rezzed as intelligent undead, which are actually helpful. So you need more bones. You need a lot of bones. Need metal. What do you? Just more skeletons. Well, they're slaughtering more. Nope, they're just necromancer experiments. And the necromancers, I guess, decided to call them. Fiends are usually what you find in the circus. So if you see things that are titled Fiend, and they'd be from the underworld. So instead of saying undead or invader, it would just say underworld. Sorry if I'm too sentimental, but that happens on days like today for me. All right, what do you have? Elbone, dog leather, gabbro, zircons. Didn't he just use his own bones? He's undead. Snack leather, you got that. Skeletons, you got that. Skeletons too, probably. Oh, pfft. Glad I blocked that off. Oh, never mind. Composed of vomit. Well, the forgotten beast, Lascivi, has come. A great quadruped composed of vomit. It has a long, curving horn, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly dust. Well, I'm sure it's gonna go... Oh, hey, actually. It's gonna go die to that giant cave spider, probably. Ooh! Whoa! Whoa! That's a lot of mud. Holy crap. Ichor and mud. Its fourth leg is mangled. Well, it got covered in dust. Let's see what happens. Coming back together. The game's either lagging or they're moving real slow. Game was lagging. They fight. Spider jumps up a few levels. Forgotten Beast is freaking out. Freaking the fuck out. Keeps struggling out of the webs, though. And Beast is... Oh, nope. Spider's dead. How did it kill it? Forgotten Beast missed. Forgotten Beast kicks the giant cave spider in her right first leg with its left front foot, and the injured part is smashed into the body into an unrecognizable mass. Let's just watch this thing for a minute to make sure that it doesn't have a way into my fort that I'm unfamiliar with, because it might. Oh. It's going for a giant worm. There's a giant worm deity in this world that is associated with love and beauty. Which is interesting. Ryan, you're making me jealous. My stream's fucking fantastic, I'll have you know. Oh yay, my mental rock dwarf, Loborin, is reading a very good book, A Student's Guide to Oblivion, and this will make him into a vampire once he's finished learning it. Yes, Hopecat. Hopecat, I don't have a cat, but I do have a rubber duck that looks like a cat. How hopeful is that? There you go. Loborin, my impenetrable military dwarf of power brains, is now not only completely impenetrable by all stress, but is also now a vampire, and or not a vampire, but also now we know not a vampire, and is safe from that vampire that's in the fort, which is great. A fort of vamps? No, because the vampires are well, how do you say it? They don't breed. But hopefully we have a fort of corpses and necromancers, ideally. Vampires are helpful, but kind of a pain in the ass. Necromancers are much more useful. Necromancers and undead dwarves are much more useful to us in this instance. So I totally don't care about the fact that there is a vampire in the fort. Doesn't really bother me much, but it'd be nice to know who it was. I think I might have slipped, not meaning to say that. All right. Everybody occasionally will say one thing when their brain was saying something else. For military purposes? I usually just imprison them and then set them as a bookkeeper, or use them for military purposes, or like have a 24/7 watch guard. The problem is if they get elected into as your mayor, they can be kind of a problem. Because then the mayor needs to communicate with the outpost liaison, and then they can kill the outpost liaison, which is a problem. What exactly are we looking at? So this is pretty endgame. This is, I think, day 6 of this fort, and then we'll be going back to my 1,000-year-long fort, or fort that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. This, currently we are, like, how much of a complete noob are you? Like, did you just discover Dwarf Fortress an hour ago, or, like, have you played the game at all? We are trying to, pump lava from the center of the world, up to the surface, and, yeah, so I've got magma-proof pumps and power generation in the basement, and I'm trying to pump lava from the furthest most layer up to the surface. The fortress is mostly made up of a fucky combination of friendly undead that don't really do much of anything. They're the Ents who live over here. These are all bodies who hopefully I can res at some point. Living dwarves, and necromancers, and liches, and one vampire. One of these dwarves is a vampire. I'm not totally sure who it is. I also don't really care who it is, to be clear. I'm just kind of ignoring the fact that there's a vampire in my fort. And a little bit perplexed as to why this dwarf isn't doing what I need them to do. They just want skeletons. I got so many skeletons. I don't know what you want. Do pumps still wreck performance? I mean, depends on what the pumps are pumping and where they're pumping it. It's generally not the pumps themselves that wreck performance. It's what you do with the water after you're done pumping it, if that makes sense. So it's not usually the pumps that wreck performance. It's the liquid coming out of the pumps that wreck the performance. But generally, yes. Like, I'm sure a lot of you watch Krug Smash, like, that big pumping apparatus that he has, it's not the pumps themselves that are hurting his frame rate, it's all of the liquid that's being moved. Because liquid calculations wreck your CPU. Magma, not so much, because magma doesn't have the same physics as water, it doesn't move as quickly, and it also doesn't develop pressure, which makes things a little bit easier in that regard. So there's that. But right now there's plenty of things that are wrecking the performance of this fort regardless, which I'm willfully neglecting. I need more slabs. Magma 4? I mean, like with everything in Dwarf Fortress, because we can, the actual goal for this fort is to build a lighthouse dedicated to the god of fire, which is the most popular god in the fortress. And the lighthouse is going to be in the middle of an ocean. And why? Because every fort needs a goal. And the goal of this fort was to be evil, because Halloween. Be spooky, because Halloween, which is why we're mostly liches, necromancers, and undead. And finally, build this magma lighthouse, which is just something that I want to look cool. Because with everything in Dwarf Fortress, there is no goals in this game, right? It's a sandbox, so set your own goals. The goal for this fort is to just simply pump lava from underground, because I haven't done it in a while. And, yeah, I mean, the goal for my other fortress is just to keep it alive for 1,000 years. Why? Because I can, and that's what you do in DF. You do things because you can. Also, I'm jealous, Ryan. I'm jealous! I hope that's archived somewhere, because I want to watch that shit. But yeah, that's kind of the whole plan and slash goal for this fort, is that. I wonder how many copies Outlast sells every Halloween. You know, because it's Halloween, I've been sitting here and thinking, like, I wish that there was more good horror roguelikes. You know? I really, really, really wish that there was more good roguelike horror games, because there really kind of isn't. Interrupted by Forgotten Beast. What? Excuse me? You shouldn't be able to get into the fort. Oh. I know how we're seeing you. Okay. I need a floor hatch. Just one. Olin is throwing a tantrum. I'm not surprised. Right now, my there is actually something that will make me Alt F4 this fort right now. If somebody tantrums and breaks my pump stack, I'm Alt F4ing and going back to whatever the most recent save is. Because there ain't no way in hell I'll let that happen. But yeah, no, there's a few games that have tried to make horror roguelikes. None of them are good, like, at all. They're all kind of bad. Like, there's Aliens RL, but the game's not really what I would describe as scary. I'd describe it as tense. More ghosts are haunting the fortress. Excellent. How are we doing? 820 power needed. I'm gonna need more power. I'm gonna need more power. Bad, because I need wood to make power. Because right now I think I have 600 power and that thing's caught using 820 right now. Be back in 2 seconds. Gotta check something. Door in the Woods is poorly balanced, and because of that, not particularly fun. Infra Arcana, I've tried, and I'm trying to get into it. I'm still trying to get into it. But there's something about Infra Arcana that just turns me off in a way, and I can't quite place it. Blurry, welcome back, man. Cheers, dude. Thank you much. For the 23rd month. You're like 1 month short of being subbed the entirety of my Twitch partner term in Twitch partner land. But cheers, man. Chat, can I get a proper big ol' round of beers? Blurry. Keeping that subscription alive for, well, almost 2 years. So that's a goddamn long time. Also, you should go follow Blurry, because he streams things sometimes. I can't keep track of when or what he streams, but he does stream sometimes. That's one that we're missing. The 330. Then that. Plus another 820. I mean, by that logic, Caves of Cut is body horror. I mean, technically, Doom RL is about as horror as Doom, and Jupiter Hell is like kind of a similar vein of action horror, but I don't know. I don't really consider those games to be horror. Like, they're not scary, you know what I mean? They're not gonna make you jump. Like, there's a lot of really good RPG Maker horror games out there that are genuinely scary. Like, you'll think about them later, scary levels of scary, you know? Yeah, I think we're just gonna dig through my bedrooms to make this work. What time of year is it? Midwinter? Yeah, I think that what we're going to be working on for the next little bit is getting the wood stuff done, because I need carpentry. Gimper, have you joined the fortress? Oh. Gimper hasn't joined the fortress, and Gimper's just, like, running around in a cavern lair? How the fuck did you get down there? I'm sorry. Whoops. How many undead dwarves do I just have in the caverns? Oh, well, it's fine. I should flood the cavern layers with lava, too. I mean, he's an undead corpse, so yeah, he'll be fine. I just think that that's kind of funny because I actually didn't realize. But yeah, I agree. They'll be fine. Let's see if they made that hatch cover yet. Uh-oh. Who's dead? Try that again. They should dump them through that. Let's just undump this stuff because, like, they're not going to get that shit out of that stockpile. And try dumping all this further back stuff. Because they're already dead? Yeah, that's very true. They can't die because they're already dead. Okay, so since I need, like, twice the power to run this fucking thing, time to get, like, twice the power. And right now we're at 500. 1,100. I need more than twice the power. Like, I'm going to need to make another power supply. Which I could do very easily, actually. In fact, I might do that right now. Let's go up to here. Mine out that, and then we'll channel it, and we'll do that again. But on the bright side, we can get these water wheels hooked up mighty quick. Actually, can I just hook these up on this side? Or do I even... Actually, I think I can just hook them up. Yeah, I can just hook them up. Wait, hold on, can I? Save some power because I don't need to turn the gear pieces. Yeah, I can. I'm just gonna do it that way. Save the power and just give us more power. Twice the water wheels equals twice the power. Also, investments are open. Although these dwarves can still die. They can get mangled to the point where they can't do anything, right? Like, they won't feel pain while they're dying, but no, when I'm thinking like a... When I think like horror roguelike, what comes to mind is like... Not necessarily an unbeatable enemy, but just a hyper-dense atmosphere that conveys a sense of horror. And there really isn't a game that I've discovered that does that. It's fun when you deconstruct the anchored one. Oh yeah. No, I mean, I've had entire pump stacks get deconstructed before, and that's always a grand old time, shall we say. Uh-oh. Dwarf went insane. That's fine. Stark raving mad. Least of our problems. You know what? I think I'm just gonna chain these. That's the way we're gonna do this. We'll build that first row, and then we will channel out another set, and then build another one. I mean, how deep is this? How much extra space do we have? 4 of 7? Actually, maybe not. I don't think we'll do it that way. I think we'll do it this way. I don't mess with pump stacks all that often, so this is a lot of fun for me. And I especially won't be in Long Death, because Long Death is all about keep the frames, not, you know, powering a ton of stuff and doing this kind of thing, so. When the game's main mechanic is combat? Yeah, I mean, obviously. But that's why I think about, like, how else could you create a horror atmosphere? I don't know. I think it would be an interesting challenge to make a genuinely scary roguelike. I feel like it would be an interesting challenge and would lead to some really interesting gameplay possibilities, you know? Or potentially interesting gameplay possibilities, I guess. I mean, I think that Door in the Woods is probably the best attempt at it. I think Door in the Woods' biggest failure, though, is the game is hard to the point of just feeling unfair and not hard in a fun way. Is, I think, my biggest issue with it. Consumable ways to fight. Or disable. Like, if the main mechanic is, like, simply knocking out things and hiding bodies versus that will wake up later versus... like, make it a more of a non-lethal style of combat. Like, you still can take stuff out, you just can't permanently take stuff out type deal. I think that could be a way to do it. Hansel's drink. Experiencing emotional shock. Well, no one was surprised. Never mind, I do actually want you on farming fields. I don't know. I'd love to see what Epion would do with a successor slash remake to Oh, great. Twitch is apparently spamming people with ads again. That's all I can say. Unless you have a way to destroy bodies. I think my problem with Infra Arcana, and I've played quite a bit of it off stream over the past week. It's so goddamn clunky. Like it's just so goddamn clunky. That's literally the best way to describe it. It's maybe the oldest feeling roguelike I've played in a while. It's just, I can't fully explain why that is. It just doesn't feel good to play. And I really, I want it, I want to like Infra Arcana, but I just don't. Maybe I just haven't got it yet, but... Oh, they're fighting with albatrosses. I'm sure that's going well for them. Like, maybe I just haven't got it yet, which is certainly a possibility. But, I really, honestly feel like it's missing something. All right, I need a few other dwarves with, mining. A few of them. Just a few. But I don't know. Regardless, I'm still just trying to decide what I want to do for evening game today. Let's see, is this the full thing? Is there any... It says it's hanging, so probably not. Nope, stable foundation. Okay, so that's the whole thing. Pump stack is done. It's done. I just need to power it now. Well, I need to power it, and then I need somewhere for the lava to go. I currently don't have anywhere for the lava to go. So another thing I need to do, I need to dig out this. Whose bed is this? It's somebody's bed. That's also somebody's bed. Sorry, Warm Shadow and Trist, but we are digging up beds to replace them with pump stack. Don't you just love it when, like, you get a note from your landlord saying, we're digging up your bed. Why? To build a pump. To build a freeway. We're destroying your house to replace it with a freeway. I feel like I've been here before. It's probably the best. Resource collection for survival. You're trying to avoid the fight. Yeah. I mean, it's same with CDDA, right? It's more about collecting resources and building cars than actually fighting people, per se. Like, you don't really want to be fighting a lot in CDDA. I mean, you do fight, but you don't really want to be. You can avoid it. Man, I got a bunch of dwarves that need bedrooms. Let's just assign them bedrooms to make them a little happier. Even though most of them are just brain dead nut bags. I wonder if like an AI war style of villain could work. Because AI war, for those of you who've never played AI war is a game where the enemy will eventually win. The enemy has an insurpassable advantage against you. And that's just the way the game works. But you have the ability to, or you have the ability of human brain, which is based more or less just where is this thing's weakness? It has weakness. Where's weakness? And you have to find like the imperfections in the AI and then use that to your advantage to eventually win the fight, which I think is really fucking neat. And I'd love to see something like that. Hey, Eli, it's been a while. How are you doing? Hope you've been well. All right, dwarfs have claimed new sleepy spots. I don't really care if these dwarves go insane because, frankly, we're just trying to get this shit done. We're on a mission, and it's not a mission for happiness. But I also have more ghosts to deal with. 1, 2, 2 ghosts in the fort currently. But how's things, Eli? Feeling the urge to see some DF? Well, this is a very Halloween-y fort. Most of the dwarves are undead. Or dead. They're not necessarily... The undead ones are the lucky ones. We've got necromancers, we've got liches, we've got all sorts of fun. Actually, I don't think I need this second power supply. I think this might actually just be enough. Maybe be a dwarf. Would you like a dwarf? Anybody can have dwarves. We do have quite a few nameable dwarves. Would you prefer a dead one or a living one? The dead ones actually have higher chance of longevity. Although, do I have any unnamed undead ones? I might have some. I might have a necromancer or two. The actual number of dwarves we have is limited. Also, looks like your losing streak is over, Peter. I guess that big win kind of propped you up. One to be fully dead soon. All right, we'll see what we can get you after the... No, but I did actually see you die about 30 times in the combat list. Alien Slayer. I also saw your arm get animated and killed once. Which was kind of glorious, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, no, you died when we got attacked by flying forgotten beast that had, I don't know what its deadly dust was, but it was bad deadly dust, and literally the entire military died after the fight. I think like a total of 4 dwarves made it out of the fight, and they were the ones who didn't fight. We killed the forgotten beast handily, but you were unfortunately one of the casualties in that. Then we put your body on the pile of bodies to be resurrected, and you got resurrected and killed and resurrected and killed and resurrected and killed, and you were just one of those that was unfortunately unable to make it through that. So I probably will still need some more power, but not much more. So you know what? We're still going to do this just so that I get too much power. Because who doesn't want too much power? Uh-oh. Muthcat's been taken by a mood. Let's hope you can finish it, whatever it is. Workshop, okay. Okay. Dwarf shop. Very dark fortress to be having a strange mood in. Too bad you missed it. I mean, VOD's up on YouTube from not yesterday, but the day before. Go to the end of it if you want to see it. So it would be part 4, towards the end. So his misery was no more. I mean, yes. Being put out of your misery is best. I don't have any unnamed undead dwarves. I do have an unnamed necromancer, though. Who is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life, which you can have, Eli. I cannot stand the world any longer. Hopefully we'll make you into a lich. Very alarmed. All the time. Very, very, very alarmed. Yeah, no, all my VODs go up on YouTube, so if you miss something in a particular stream, you can just go watch it. Watch the bits and pieces. 77 years old, born on the 19th of Granite in the year 980. Has a slight case of the PTSD. Learn the secrets of life and death here, and presupposes success in any venture regarding her skills, with what could be considered called blind confidence. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and can be very single-minded. She finds obligations confining, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. No, I've renamed them to Lich. So, they're exclusive to Masterwork, yes, because they're a modded thing. But you can have custom profession names. And I do have a Lich. Well, what is the standard definition of Lich, not Masterwork's definition of Lich. So, this dwarf was a dwarf, became a necromancer, died, and got resurrected as an undead necromancer, which is the fantasy definition of a Lich. So I renamed this dwarf's profession to Lich. Are they technically a Lich by Masterwork standards? No. But that's what this dwarf is. So to remind myself that they're an undead necromancer, I just renamed them to Lich. So I know, because you can give them custom profession names. Right? So the custom profession name is Lich. Just so that I can keep track of the fact that this is actually an undead necromancer, not just a necromancer. Also, I learned, and we were wondering if necromancers that get resurrected as undead necromancers are still necromancers. And because it still has its necromancer power, it's definitely a fucking necromancer. All right, dwarf, what do you need? Oh, what? I'm gonna say, you kind of got stuck for a second there. What was that? But yeah, no, it looks like a lich, smells like a lich, acts like a lich, sounds like a lich. Need bones. Okay, I can totally eat some ducks. Duck and a goat. A ghost of a necromancer being able to raise undead? Okay, that's kind of badass. I didn't know that, but actually that makes sense. I wonder, because ghosts can possess things and make them tantrum, right? If a dwarf's mental state was really bad when they die, they can possess other dwarves and make those dwarves go on killing rampages. I wonder if a tantruming necromancer dies and then their ghost possesses a dwarf, if that dwarf can raise the undead. I wonder. That's really cool. I didn't know that. In other news, isn't it great that we don't need to worry about our own undead, or our, rather, enemy zombies making what is slaughtering? You know, I'm just gonna give you slaughtering. I need butchery. Also, tanning. Wouldn't it be neat if you had to, or awful rather, if you had to respect the dead of your enemies as much as you did the dead of your own? Because, man, if enemy ghosts showed up, that would be unpleasant. I'm also wondering if you can still resurrect intelligent undead if you've built slabs for them. Or does that keep, like, their soul out of the world? I actually wonder. Because I don't know the answer to that. There you go. You're slaughtering stray duck. You'd have a lot of angry elves floating around. Yeah, right? I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, man, you need to properly respect your dead, but not their dead. Huh. Seems double standard E. God, it's been like 2 years and we're still putting ghosts to rest. God, how long does it take you to slaughter a fucking duck? I've been waiting on this for so long. Half my fort has built gravestones in that time. I should really cleanse that whole layer that has all of those dead dwarves in it with fire. That's something I need to do. Are you done slaughtering the goddamn duck yet? There you go. Clearly that wasn't what you needed. Oh, you already have bone. Well, then what do you need then? Rock bones, logs, and hides, bones, and hides. Got gems, you got that. More bones. Just lots of bones. Lots of bones. I mean, I guess I'll just slaughter some more ducks. Well, actually, I'll slaughter an alpaca. And an alpaca. And a dog. Duck and a drake. Because you just need bone variety, I guess. And if you never finish it, then fucking whatever. God, there's so many zombies on the surface. Although about a month off of the ocean thawing. Where's the majority of the siege, I wonder? Oh, they're all fucking flying. Of course they are. All right, down here, I just want to get rid of everything but those last two. Yeah, I don't know. Just a lot of the mechanics in DF just make me sit there and go, huh, I wonder if, or I wonder what that would be like, you know? I think that's the one I'll use to connect. Put a gear assembly right there. Horizontal axles. Oh, those are all too close together. Those have to be 2 apart. And then we'll just dig through that. Help? What do you need help with? Gate nerd. Also, apologies it took me so long to see that. That's a little lurky, so I'm not looking at chat as frequently as I do. Hello, Gate nerd. Also, Moose, in regards to Moose, the bookbinder. Moose the bookbinder is one of those weird psychopaths who's kind of okay. Like, not okay, but also kind of okay. Like, still drinking alcohol. Just finished some work and that was satisfying. Killed 9 zombie troglodytes and a troglodyte. It's kind of currently dumping corpses. Doesn't seem to care or mind all that much. Like, just kind of fine. Actually fine? I don't know, but seems fine, so must be fine. Saturday, now you're reinstalling DF. Welcome back to the fold. May you enjoy your stay. Good to see you, Minnow. Hope you're having a good Halloween. I'm working on finishing my lava lighthouse. Most of my fortress is dead by design. They complain less. And that's kind of where we're at. Just, you know, setting up screw pumps, building water wheels. Been pretty good. But we've got a pump stack finished that goes from, that's roughly about 110 layers high. And I need 1,160 power. So I'm just making too much power because who doesn't want too much power? Just so I can scream unlimited power, you know? Now that's a quote I have no idea the context of. And now we just wait for them to install all that stuff. Although the problem is I'm running out of wood. It's actually kind of a major problem. And it's a major problem because if we run out of wood, then I have to go up to the surface. And half of the enemy is flying, which is scary. That's about it. Flying is scary, so don't want to have to deal with flying. I'm also going to build a lever right here, which is going to connect to this right here, that gear assembly. So in case of emergency, pull this lever and the whole thing shuts down. First time I did a setup like this, I made an emergency shutoff lever. But what I didn't realize was the gear assembly I hooked it up to was the gear assembly that was supporting the entire pump stack. So I pulled the lever and the entire pump stack just went boom and blew up. Rage quit the hell out of that fort. Stray dog has been slaughtered. How's that dwarf with the weird mood doing? Also, brew drink from plant. 30, because I got a few dwarves that actually need alcohol. No shrooms to harvest? Yeah, we've had no shrooms for a while because we have no seeds. I haven't been brewing anything. Once we start brewing, they'll have seeds so they can start to harvest. Any recommended starter packs? I mean, I'm that asshole who just recommends everybody start with vanilla. It's good to know how to, like, tweak your options. Oh, you meant for wood? No, there's literally no shrooms growing in any of the cavern layers in this fort, which is weird. This one just has no shrooms in it for some reason. Middle one is all mud, and the top one is all mud. So, it's very odd. But, chat can hook you up with Lazy Noob Pack if you're interested in that. I personally just recommend everybody to play vanilla, because you learn the game a lot better if you play vanilla. Or vanilla with a tile set. Dwarf throwing a tantrum? That's fine. But I feel like every time I recommend vanilla, then 3 people in chat pipe up and go, no, don't play vanilla. So mumble grumble. Yeah, I mean, I am of the opinion that DF is perfectly playable in its current state without any assists. It's not nearly as challenging as some people make it out to be. Oh, you know what might be causing problems? All this stuff accessible? Assuming it is. Tantrum. Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who likes micromanaging, then get yourself DF hack. But if you don't care about micromanaging and just like watching the procedural stories happen, like myself, then, you know, do whatever, really. Do whatever makes you happy. It's hard to go to LNP stuff after watching your stream for so long. I'm playing with this tile set in the community world. I will say this. DF hack gives you a lot better tools for legends. Like, if I were to pinpoint one thing that I desperately want from DF hack in the main game, it would be better legends viewing stuff. Like, like, everybody's so excited about seeing screenshots of dwarves with sprites for the Steam version. I'm just sitting here drooling, waiting to see some, like, stuff in the, about legends and adventure mode. Like, that's the stuff I want to see. But Fortress mode and Legends mode kind of go hand in hand when it comes to the accessibility options, but what I want to see is just Legends. I want to see Legends that are as browsable as Wikipedia, and when we can get that, we'll be very happy. Happy, happy, happy. Speaking of happy, how's the, I need to look at my own stream, because I haven't looked at the stream since I started playing DF. I'm curious to know how crisp these dwarves look. Pretty goddamn crisp. Heck, I look a lot more crisp than I used to. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I have no interest in playing Fortress mode with a mouse, but I'm super interested in having adventure mode with a mouse. Super goddamn interested. Do I ever play adventure mode on stream? I have. I have this problem with adventure mode, and it's a me problem. It's not a problem with adventure mode, and that's I play adventure mode, and I'm having a decent amount of fun. And within about 30 minutes, I just want to close the game and play another dungeon crawler. Like, I want to close the game and play Caves of Cud. I want to close the game and play Jupiter Hell. I want to close the game and play Brogue. I want to close the game and learn CDDA. I want to close the game and buy Wayward. I just very quickly just feel the need to play another roguelike, because while adventure mode is really cool, the ways adventure mode is cool is done better in other roguelikes right now. I think right now, I know some people get a lot of time out of adventure mode and really enjoy adventure mode, but I get a lot more enjoyment out of Fortress and Legends than I do out of adventure. So I genuinely love playing Fortress, and I adore Legends because you get all of the proc gen history stuff, which is great. But I would just rather play another roguelike. And that's something that I hope the Steam version fixes. Feels very empty. Yeah, like it's the, yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly. That's another game that I'd rather play. I'd rather play NetHack. It's like, adventure mode to me has one use, and this is what I use it for. And now, I'm not saying this is the only way to play adventure mode, but for me personally, what I use adventure mode for is I go visit forts that I really enjoyed. So if I make a fort that I loved, adored, like, and want to see again, I will go visit it in adventure mode. One of the things that I'm thinking about with my Long Death Fortress, my 1,000-year fort, is I'm building dungeons. Some of you may see that maze that I'm working on, and the fact that I'm putting artifacts into it. I'm building a terracotta army, which is going to span multiple levels. I'm doing things that will be interesting and exciting to explore in adventure mode, because something that I'm really hoping happens with Long Death is once I'm done with it... Uh-oh. Another miner was found completely drained of blood. Hmm. Oh, it's suspended. Gotta unsuspend that. So it's very much it's kind of like my way of sightseeing after a really long fort. So, yeah, to answer the question, I do, but it's very occasional and only for like 30, 40 minutes. And it's kind of I've finished a fort that I'm really happy with and I want to go back. Those are the situations where I will go back to it. Get this dwarf on it. This dwarf's a machine. Oh, Muthcat's begun a mysterious construction. What all, I thought you were gonna die. What all did you end up grabbing? Alpaca bone, mangled dog bone, white gems, dog leather, stray cow bone. Yeah, you just wanted a variety of bones. All right. Well, we're gonna get an artifact. But yeah, no, what I really hope with Long Death is once I release... or as I release the save files for the 100-year, 500-year, and 1,000-year, assuming we make all those dates, once we get to that point, what I want to do is I want to release the save file and hope that people will go and explore that world. I want to see people adventure mode in that world. I want to see other people make forts in that world, because it's going to be such a dense and long history by the time it's done. I just would love to see that happen. All right. I'm going to... build 2 fortification walls here. This is the smarter way to do this. I should have done the other side, but I didn't do it this way. During horrible, boring net meetings? You should try Caves of Cud, if you haven't, Minnow. Caves of Cud's a real good one. I'd also recommend Brogue and Jupiter Hell as games that, like, can kind of just be paused and minimized and forgotten about and then come back to later. That could actually produce a world worth exploring. I think something that I want to do after I finish, like kind of my planned future for worlds, is to go out of my way to make worlds that are worth exploring. If that makes sense. So my kind of... Wait, what? Interrupted by Dwarf... By Dwarf Sword? By Goblin Axeman Corpse. Oh. So the ocean melted. It's that time of year. But you know what happened when the ocean melted? Well, first off, a lot of the baddies drowned, which is fine. But you know what happened? A lot of the undead fell into the ocean, right? I have a window right here looking out into the ocean back when the ocean was clear. The dwarves are freaking out because they're seeing the goblins in there. I'm going to see if I can block this up. Maybe the super mindless dwarves here can block that. Unless you're doing really well, then it's a really long game, yeah. A shale mug! Muthcat, the stonecrafter, has created Muthcat. Self-titled, a shale mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Eli. How are you related to Eli? No, we don't even know. Not even friends. Don't even know her. Well, first off, it's worth 12,000, which is respectable. This is a shale mug. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round shale cabochons and brilliant cut white chalistones, and decorated with dog leather and cow bone and alpaca bone, and encircled with bands of dog leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dog bone and menaces with spikes of plum wood. But yeah, no, my kind of future goal for future forts beyond and past Long Death is to make worlds worth visiting. And that sounds like a weird sentence to just say, but like, I want to try and put multiple forts into a world and build dungeons and craft narratives that are worth looking at from the point of view of a player who has never played in that world. Like a world that would be interesting enough and compelling enough that you might want to see that world from the outside, if that makes sense. This is ridiculous. They actually just... They can't build a wall. They can't... Oh, no. Oh, actually. You know, we really need to block this off. Because what if... I don't actually know if they can do this. What if... they can break that glass window? Bet you they can. Bet you $1 they can. Nope, he's just crawling out. Okay. Try this again. Yeah, but like, he didn't path to break the window, he climbed out. Because I know that they can break windows, but I've never seen them break underwater windows. I wonder if they'd have the AI to path to do that. Because they're currently just pathing out. Yeah, whatever. We'll leave it. It's fine. Look, I mean, if it does, it'll maybe drown a couple necromancers, and then the doors will get blocked, and I'll have to build a new tavern, but that's fine. We can do that. They may try. I mean, I'm just seeing them pathing out right now, but you know, I'm gonna keep trying to do this, and eventually we'll get her done. That's just kind of funny. Swimming building destroyers? You don't need to be a building destroyer to break a window. Anybody can break a window. That's the fun of Windows. But we'll just let them do their thing. Succumb to the invasion. Nah. Although those are gem windows specifically, but...
This is madness!
Exclamation mark, hobo games.
Yeet. Get any fun groceries while you're out? Thanks for the $1, hobo. Cheers, man. I'm actually kind of amazed that you managed to hold the #1 spot after yesterday, because yesterday got so batshit as far as bits go on the week. Like, I'm kind of impressed. Most of yesterday was gift subs and tips, though. But there was certainly some bits thrown around as well. Man, I really wish that Twitch did something for Halloween. I wanted Halloween emotes. It was kind of like in the back of my mind looking forward to that. And then they give us K-pop emotes. It's like, come on, guys. And all the meat for tomorrow. Do you buy candy from your own store on cheap candy day? I thought about buying some Halloween candy, and then I realized that I would probably still have it by next year if I did, so I just... Instead, I bought more chickpeas. Buy? Well, take home. I mean, do you really buy any food? Like, let's be honest here. As me and Hobo had a long discussion at TwitchCon one year that having a family-owned grocery store is cheating at life. And wind up eating all of it yourself. Yeah. Occasionally? Okay, fair enough. So Hobo, if you're unaware, to anybody who doesn't know, the light blue names are all undead, intelligent undead. The colored names that are not purple are alive dwarves, and then the purple ones are necromancers, or in the case of one of them, a lich, which is an undead necromancer, which is this one, who's currently reciting poetry. Speaking of, let's see, are those also, then we also have a lot of brainless friendly zombies that just kind of hang out in the fort. They live here. They don't pay rent, but they also don't drink, so it's fine. They also don't do any work. Kind of sucks, but what can you do? I need you to be hooked up to a gear assembly. That one. I'm worried all of a sudden. No, actually, we should be okay. You fucking hated that kid? Dude! I feel you there. 1,500, 424. I don't actually think I have enough power right now. 1,170. I might need like 1 or 2. How deep is this? I might actually need more power. Cutting the line real tight here. I mean, I guess I could dig over to this one, but... Oh, I love licorice. So that's no good against me. What's the point of getting a candy that you detest? That seems a little pointless to me. Oh, actually, the total power on that just increased to 1600. Yeah, once they link that, I need you to pull that. Okay. So right now, if I pump lava, it's going to pump right into my bedrooms, which isn't entirely ideal. So we're going to build around this out of whatever. Doesn't really matter as long as it's not wood. Oh no! That sucks. Yeah, no, I like licorice, but I like legit licorice. It's funny, I've had people ask me in the past, uh-oh, Ashton's been found dead. Uh-oh, someone's tantruming big. My mayor is tantruming. Woo! Woo! 2 dead. Any zombies been rezzed? Not that I'm seeing. Unless that's just... Ah. Well, there was a zombie rezzed. Not the smart kind. Come on, guys. If you're gonna murder somebody in the fortress, at least make them into one of ours. Alright, Warm Shadow is now an undead corpse with entrails dangling out and no brain. Cool. See, here's the thing. In this fortress, murder is legal as long as you agree to resurrect them as a fated one. But if you're not going to resurrect them as a fated one, like, that's just a waste of a good body there. Like, come on, guys. Seriously. Yeah, he didn't res either of them. Come on. At least have the decency to res them. Lazy shits. When you were... also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. How long until the... late spring? We got a long time until this shit freezes. All right. Let's record. Actually, no. Stop recording. Not how I want to do this. Let's just go into stocks for a real quick second here. Forbid all bars, because I don't want them to be trying to... Okay. Okay. Control record. All right. Play. Hey, Jelly. How you doing? How's your day been? All right, so how many dwarves do we predict are going to be on the wrong side of this wall by the time it's... Saying at least 5. But yeah, no, in my house right now, I have a small selection of cookies which I eat in time of peril, i.e., 1 in the morning, my blood sugar feels really low, checks blood sugar. Yep, definitely very low, going back to bed, but don't actually want to, like, bother taking care of myself, so I just eat a cookie and go back to sleep. Usually fixes me. Sometimes completely wrecks me in the opposite direction, but... And doing Halloween makeup? How was the fort? Well, everybody's dead, but that's by design. We're trying to get lava to the surface. So I'm just kind of putting the final touches on getting lava to the surface. That's where we're currently at. Is putting the final touches and getting lava to the surface. And then I don't know what we'll do. Although I need more power currently. That's the current issue that we have. I don't know why the macro's still going, but just unpause the game and let them start building. We're under siege and everything is awful, but you know, we almost have lava on the surface, so that's pretty good. I'm sure we'll be the ones laughing when we're pumping lava onto the surface and they got nothing they can do against it. And before the game just fucking crashes, but... Problem is this isn't quite producing enough power. I mean, it just barely is. Just barely. So I kind of need more power. But I'm also kind of out of wood. I mean, in theory, I could just manually pump the last few pumps, but... But we'll see. We'll figure out some way of doing it. The demons are fighting with giant sparrows. I've got many zombies in the fort. It's dwarves like this that I'm curious to see what they'll look like in the Steam version, because like this is an undead zombie who's missing most of their body, who's friendly, who has their internal organs dangling behind them as they move about. So, you know. That's where we're at. Meanwhile, Cupo's just making the rest of us look bad. You guys want to see something genuinely impressive made in Dwarf Fortress? Genuinely impressive. Like I said, Cupo's just out there making the rest of us look bad. Did he... I think that's just designated. Yeah, you didn't even dig it out. It's just designated. God damn. I'll just show this on stream. Check this out. The first time I ever saw Cupo streaming, he was making an animated Donkey Kong by carving out different Z levels and assembling specific block types to wall toppled? That's not good. Oh, did he dig out one of the layers? They looked like they were just designated. But just with the colors changed slightly to look orange. When did he do that? Quatch. Also, hello, Quatch. How are you? Because just goddamn. Earlier in the week, gotcha. Must have missed that. I like haven't been able to catch his streams at all because when he is streaming, I'm not on or I'm not on my computer or I'm streaming. Like it has not overlapped at all since he's come back. All right, it's 1:42. I'm going to go do lunch real quick. I will be back in hopefully less than 5 minutes. I'm just grabbing a sandwich. So if you're lurking, can I get a round of beers in the chat? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to entertain the chat with them. Hopefully nothing too horrendous happens while I'm gone. And if it does, you guys get to laugh at it. I will be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I return. Streamer is back. Tantrums, 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 tantrums. Anybody dead? No? Okay. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, anybody dead? No? Okay. Dead dwarves, are you all still dead? Yes. Okay. Everything is fine. Wait, are you actually? Interesting. So, mindless undead dwarves can construct walls. That is neat. Let's unsuspend everything. And I have achieved sandwichdom. I'm getting a lot quicker at the whole, grab it sandwich. Let's just follow one of the dwarves that are doing the construction while I eat. Just honey, ham, and cheese. Nothing fancy. A little bit of lettuce. Simple yet delicious. The meal I'm excited about, though, is dinner. I'm going to be making me a big ol' hunk of salmon. With rice and chickpeas. We should really deal with that miasma. But you know, only a very small portion of the fort is actually bothered by it, so... Is it really a problem if nobody cares? Like, if you think about it. If nobody in the fortress cares, except for a very small minority, then is it really a problem or concern? Whose bed is this? Gibbs. That's fine. Let's also get rid of that door. Miasma builds character. The irony of that statement is that's not entirely incorrect. It certainly does. It contributes to the ambience. I mean, I'm sure that all of these zombies have a very bad case of BO. Or as I like to call it, UDBO, which is undead body odor. I just made that up, but I think that that's mildly creative and amusing. Man, Discord's busy this afternoon. By Discord, I mean every Discord server, not just like my work Discord, is busy today. Apparently, everybody's taken today to post. Also, the more I look at this pumpkin that I carved, the more it just straight up looks like a Canadian from South Park, which I think is kind of amazing considering it wasn't intentional. Moldering for him? What? Oh, moldering. I gotcha. It's like body older, but it's like body molder. Wait. No, I just kind of carved a pumpkin, but it was small, so. I guess it just happened naturally. He says as he munches on his sandwich. Kind of just waiting on winter. To actually do this. Because I'm going to need to build up and out. Or I can really do anything else. Alright, brew pump. Pump from the north. Huh. I've never heard the word before, so. Is that one of those weird words that you find if you dig really deep in a thesaurus? There's a goblin zombie over there. Huh. Interesting. Also, Hubba, have you had any luck with your internet issues? Tombs do it well. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Just dungeon delving in general. A giant Kia has stolen a silver bolt. Probably a bolt that got shot at it. Uh-oh. Oh, I know why. That didn't connect. Can I dig out underneath it? I don't think I can. Nope. I need to deconstruct this and reconstruct it. Whoops. Forgot to dig the second hole. For a spooky tabletop session? Couldn't you just always do spooky tabletop sessions? That seems like the best kind of tabletop session. I see more ghosts. Oh my god, Bastet and Jellybutt have not been memorialized yet? Jesus. They died way back at the beginning. I think I'm almost done with my memorials. Enjoy your lurks, man. Thanks for coming out of the lurks briefly to say hello. Uh-oh. Very, 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 very worried that I'm going to accidentally have one that's not made out of the right material.
You guys should try and, well, I wonder if you guys could successfully put together a D&D group on my Discord. 'Cause I'll bet you, I feel like there's enough people on the average week that says, I wish I had a group to play D&D with in my chat on a weekly basis, that there's probably more than enough people that you guys could build something. Yeah, I don't have enough power. I need more power. All right, how can I get more power down here? How much wood do I have, actually? Is the more important question. All right, not much. And there's no mushrooms in this entire fort. Which, by the way, fucking sucks. Battletech has such a goddamn good soundtrack. This is the problem with pumping magma, is it just gets tedious. This is why I don't actually do it all that much. It takes so long. Unless you're really fucking good at optimizing it, which I'm not, in case you hadn't noticed. I'm just gonna forbid this wood and automate this so they use every other material. God, I got so many memorials to place. So many fucking memorials. It's actually a little insane. But I think that we're almost done memorializing all of the deaths. Nope, that's an armor stand. That's, fuck it. We'll place an armor stand there. Why not? Who doesn't want a nice armor stand amongst the gravestones? No, I agree. D&D is the least interesting option for tabletop. I'm amazed whenever I see a dwarf that's not hyper depressed in this fortress. All right, so I forbid the wood. Let's just get this. What? The wood should not be an option. Damn it. What? Unforbid the wood. Whatever. Let's just hope that they didn't actually do that. They probably did, but... Like, Dungeon World is infinitely more interesting than 5e.
or D&D in general. You're so limited with D&D. Or any of the other weird offshoots. Like, D&D, in my opinion, is kind of like the McDonald's of tabletop RPG. All of the options you could go for. It's the easiest, it's the most accessible, it's the most commonly used, it's the most well-known, it's what everybody understands, and everybody understands the basic rule sets for. So it's what everybody uses, because it's the easiest one to get your hands on, right? Which doesn't make it bad. In fact, that's its advantage. That's why it's good, is because everybody knows it. But it's also, unfortunately, what removes a lot of the things that makes it exciting. Hopefully this will be it. Slab. Make another 30. I mean, it's the easiest to get into because you have the most teachers, right? Is it the simplest rule set? No. But if everybody already knows it, then in a group where 4 people know how to play and 1 person's new, it's very easy to teach them, right? Like, yes, if it's a whole group where nobody's played before, yes, it's not necessarily the easiest to learn. But if everybody in the group already knows all the rules and you bring in 1 newbie, it's easy to explain the concepts to them, right? Or easier than a system where nobody knows. So that's what I mean when I say it's easy to learn. Like Dwarf Fortress, for example, is a game that's not easy, but if someone is sitting next to you in the same room that knows how to play and is just explaining concepts to you while you're playing, it's actually very easy to learn. A recent example I had of this was my older sister. Doesn't play these types of games at all. Played a little bit of RimWorld and a little bit of The Sims. In like 30 minutes, I had her generating a world, building a fort, and it was self-sustaining. And they had plump helmets and farming and like wood construction and a stone industry in like an hour, you know? Just because it's like, oh yeah, you hit this button, do this. And it's the same for any kind of tabletop thing. If everybody going in, or most of the people going in, know the rule set already, then it's going to be much easier to explain the concepts to a new person because you just have people to just explain it. But yeah, if you're learning from no knowledge whatsoever, certainly there's easier ways or many easier options out there. Also, apologies for all of the pump stack stuff. I know this isn't the most interesting stuff to watch in the world, but doing what I can. All right, so I need more power. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to dig over here. I want to play D&D. I mean, think about it this way, right? World of Warcraft isn't really an easy game to learn, but everybody who plays MMOs knows how to play World of Warcraft, so if you're a newbie trying to get into World of Warcraft, you probably have 5 friends that are willing to walk you through the basics, right? And excited to help you level and show you all of the min-maxing things. And it's like that for any MMO that's been around for a really long time. All right, so I'm gonna do this way. That's gonna be the power generation that we're gonna dig out. This is gonna hurt my frame rate a lot, but I'm gonna do it, damn it. Okay. And I need to connect to this. This right here. So if I dig up to here, go down a little ways, go over to there. I might need to wait for the siege to leave. This dwarf is a miner, so they will go mine eventually. I'm actually a little bit surprised whenever I see a dwarf that isn't undead in this fort. Yeah, personally, I have no interest in tabletop-related things. I want to go on a dungeon crawly adventure. There are many games that serve that purpose perfectly. But that being said, there's also, you know, a lot of people who really would like to get into D&D, or tabletop, rather, that just don't have that option. All of these goblins are going to die when winter starts, because they're going to get frozen solid. And that's when the siege will probably end, approximately. Because it's less intimidating, it would be my guess, without having an answer. Probably because it's less intimidating. If I had to guess anyway, that would be my assumption. I mean, you wouldn't be able to use that one even if you were subbed. So that one is Hobo's custom command. So he pays me $25 a month on Patreon for that. Custom commands are $25 a month on Twitch or Patreon. It's how I pay my bills, practically. The sub commands are tier 2 or $7 a month or on Patreon. The most interesting tabletop settings are the ones that are not dungeon crawling. Horror settings in particular makes players way more creative in the hit monster obtain loot. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I've had a lot of people asking me if I'm going to play the new Larian take on the D&D CRPG, right? I had a lot of people ask me if I'm going to play that. And I hesitate to say yes. Not because I think I wouldn't like it, but because it's like, am I even gonna play this? And right now, I don't even know if I'm gonna play it. I might. Potash Maker has been missing for a week now, have you? Someone got drained of blood. But it's okay, Brahms. I'm sure we'll sort that problem out sooner rather than later. Also, I hope you guys aren't getting mid-rolls. I've heard that Twitch has started running ads without the streamer's consent again. Been hearing a lot of reports of that shit, which just sucks. Wait, what? Oh. I need to put a vertical axle on that before I can build this? I know that works. It's been a while since I've done vertical stuff. does it need to be actively running? Requiring reloads, which makes you want to go back to using Streamlink. And living with the delay. How bad's the delay on Streamlink? Never used it myself. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it just needs to be actively running. God, I'm like almost out of logs. Another dwarf has been found dead, completely drained of blood by a vampire. I think it's this dwarf. I think it's this leather worker. Oh, never mind. And you're going to go drink right now, so it's definitely not you. Maybe it's Moose. Or perhaps Nish the Potter. Watch you for a little bit. I forgot what it was. Might also depend on bitrate. There are wooden walls in there. No, those are schist. Okay. Late summer, Galena. Well, for what it's worth, my bitrate's a lot higher now, so if it depends on bitrate, then, well, I got you. That's the one major improvement I've made to the stream in the last couple of weeks is bitrate's a buttload higher now. I hope it's noticeable, at least for those of you who are here a lot. You've had to switch the stream quality whenever it was something to get back, and then it cleared up for a while. May help. Because like I've been getting that to streams that I'm subscribed to as well. Like I'll be watching Belinair and then randomly like the stream will just get super blurry and like auto down the quality and then it'll stop or error out and then I'll have to start again. And I wonder if that's Twitch trying to serve me ads when I it's not that I have ad block, I'm subscribed to streams, but I do wonder actually if that's Twitch just trying to serve ads to us. It kind of wouldn't surprise me. I'll put it that way. Well, this dwarf got the shit kicked out of them. Oh, literally just now by the dwarf that's tantruming. Alright, who's my Nish is now my chief medical dwarf. You have all the healthcare jobs, so hopefully you go do the healthcare stuff, because I got that dwarf who's real badly beaten. Who's currently trying to worship. It's a little sad. Almost finished. I can see the end. That's the last of them. So I got less than a dozen left. And then we'll have, we'll have lots of slabs, I guess. Slabs for the whole family, you know? You want a gravestone in your bedroom? We got 4. Hopefully before the fireworks happen. I mean, you got a bit of time. I gotta wait for the ocean to freeze, and I gotta wait for that siege to leave. So you certainly got time. I'll just put that out there. You've certainly got time. I'll get it done today, though. The plan is to flood the surface with lava. Like, I'm just gonna flood everything with lava. Turn the ocean into obsidian and flood the surface. And seal us in underground. We'll see if the game doesn't crash. The last time I tried to do something like this, the game crashed repeatedly, and I wasn't able to actually successfully flood the ocean, so we'll see if we can do it without the game crashing. Granted, that was on a different version. And that was also a volcano that I tried to do it with, and it was an underground ocean I tried to do it too, so. Repair compound fracture. Excellent. Who knew necromancers would make for good doctors? At least you know that your necromancer doc won't let you die, you know? So you gotta respect him for that, right? Yeah, he knows what it's like, you know? Deals with death all the time. He's got experience being dead. At least I got more gear assemblies than I reasonably know what to do with. Someone's puppy has been, has grown up to become a doggy. Kinda wish you could get intelligent undead pets. Yeah, no, the main problem here is the fact that we've run out of wood. I feel like I should actually do this with vertical bars. Take less power to run. Or vertical axle. There we go. Surgery on animals and pets. I mean, they'll get there. Or more, I just wish pets would heal. I don't really care about performing surgery on them. I don't know if that's necessarily necessary, but just having their wounds heal would be nice. Instead of them just becoming a dilapidated mess. Granted, you have to like look at the technology, right? Like, would they, if a dog broke its leg, would they really go through the effort to repair a dog's leg, or would they just put the dog down, you know? Like, at what point is it worth it? But, you know, I don't make comparisons to Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld because they're just such different games, and I don't think they should really be listed together as similar as the creator of RimWorld would like you to believe they are. But that doesn't mean you can't make those comparisons. They're certainly there. Their pet, I guess. I don't know. Depends on the owner. Really. When it gets down to it, it depends on the owner. Late summer. Like, I know people who've had pet dogs who would do anything for their dog. I also know people who've had pet dogs that, they have a pet dog. Depends on the dog's age. Yeah, that's true. And how happy the dog is on the day-to-day. Three weeks later, walking fine. Sure, but would the dwarves necessarily know how to fix a dog's bone? Like, yeah, maybe they know how to fix dwarven injuries, but do they necessarily have the knowledge of working with injured dogs to be able to fix dog wounds? Because I don't know. I mean, maybe. Like, I'm not writing off it as a possibility. I'm just thinking that there's a world here, I think, where if not doggo steak. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I feel like they're almost more likely to just eat the dog or bury it. You think they know what's going on there? I don't know. Maybe. Possible. I don't know. I think of dwarves as like medieval, right? And back in those days, we didn't really quite have the veterinary medicine that we do. I mean, this was back when they would just put leeches on a wound, right? Like pre-medieval even. But also kind of medieval fantasy. So it's like, I don't know. I always kind of think of them as being relatively medieval technology-wise. And now we wait for the world to save. Which means we're getting close to the ocean freezing. Within the month, it should be frozen. Which means going up to the surface will be a possibility soon. When all the zombies die, there'll be less. The mutants will leave quicker. Or the experiments will leave quicker. The problem with this whole setup is I need like 4 more pump stacks, and I actually need to build it above ground if I want to do what I actually want to do. So got a little ways to go. Ansel's building, too depressed. Well, I know that feeling. Evening Stone. How are you? Most of the dwarves in this fortress are dead. The few that aren't are purple. We have a vampire too, and I'm not sure who it is. It's hard to tell because everybody sees so many dead bodies on the day. Like, you can't really just look at who's seen a body last. But, how's your weekend going, Stone? For some reason, I'm assuming you just woke up. Also, if your forts are always running on dog meat biscuits, Brahms, it probably means that they're very good at raising dogs as livestock. Which means if a dog gets injured, they'd be very fast to just butcher it and eat it. I'm correct about you just waking up. Well, good morning. We have finished our pump stack, and I need like 100 more power. So I'm building too much more power. Because I need some power, so god damn it, I'm making more power. But the pump stack itself is done. Problem is in order to get more power, I need more wood. I'm currently under siege. And my military's all dead, so... I mean, I could try just, like, catapulting one of my necromancers onto the surface. Oh, well, good morning, Arch. I want key in, too. Good morning. I hope you slept. For more than just, like, 4 hours, if that. Arch, I have a question. Do you ever do what I sometimes do with sleep deprivation, where you just, like, once every 6 months, just crash for, like, 18 hours straight and wake up like, what planet am I on? It's not even November yet. It's Halloween. It's better than November. Come on. You do? Okay. So I don't do that as much these days, but there will be spats where like I only sleep for like 7 hours a night. And then after like 3 weeks of that, I'll just sleep one day for like 14 hours and just be like, oh, I feel alive again. Which was kind of happening to me up until it's like last week. Then I just came home Thursday from the hospital after 2 months in the ICU. Oh, really? Oh, Jesus. Was that from COVID, if I asked? Catapulting a necro? The problem is I don't really have a way of catapulting a necro. I could just tell one of my necromancers to go to the surface. Maybe once the zombies in the ocean are all gone. He was just born 2 months early? Okay. Whew. I was gonna say, like, that's scary, but... Oh, so you have a new infant in the house. Oh, God. And you can't really, like, call... Man, I'm not gonna lie. The people that I feel not the worst for, because it's wonderful having a child, but, like, the people I feel the most bad for during the pandemic are the people who have to learn how to take care of a baby during a pandemic, because... I mean, I know a thing or two about learning curves, and I'm willing to bet learning to take care of a baby is harder than learning to play any of the video games I've ever played. So it's like, the learning curve on that's probably such that you'd want a lot of help, and if you can't really communicate with people as much as you normally would, or as directly as you normally would, getting help with that sort of thing would be difficult. My God. Also, it looks like someone's actually working on those. Do I have enough for water wheels right now? No, I can make one. One water wheel. But yeah, no, I don't envy anybody who has to go through that learning curve right now. That being said, Brums, you got the best Saturday morning cartoons ever, or should I say, Thursday at 4 in the morning cartoons. Because one of the cutest things that I've seen through Dwarf Fortress, actually, is I was in Krug Smash's Discord with a handful of people. We're all just talking on voice, and I asked him if, like, how much fan art he gets and if he keeps any of it. And he just pulled out this, because he was just drawing on the Discord screen sharing thing. And he pulled out this one hand-drawn crayon drawing of the dwarves and beetles from Scorch Fountain. Very clearly drawn by, like, a 5-year-old. He's like, I need to get this framed. I'm like, that... Krug Smash is some kid's Saturday morning cartoons. Which is great, because my current dream is I want to see a small child say, "Hello, you beardless bastards," so badly. So badly. Right? November is the month of fireworks, bonfire night, Diwali, yeah. Yeah, Diwali happens here. Yeah, my neighbors are gonna make me, real loud. Why would I say Krug Smash is bad? Krug Smash is wonderful. Or what? Teaching kids to say you beardless bastards? Is that what you're saying? I got no problems with the kids learning beardless bastards. That's hilarious. The parents might, but no, that's great. Of all the bad words you could learn. Aw, that's amazing. Considering he's not gonna be doing the drawings anymore. You hate fireworks? I don't mind them when I go see them. I don't like them when they're 3 feet away from my door. I don't like those fireworks. Fireworks that are nice, safe distance away, I don't mind. Wanna drown all these zombies already? No, I don't think a small child should listen to me, because I say much worse words than beardless and bastards on a daily basis. So, if anything, I'm the one that's bad. Child saying beardless bastard. That's adorable. Child saying, ah, fuck. Not adorable. Words that start with C, yes. I don't drop that one very often, but when I do, it hurts. That's the only word that I've said before that has actually made people unfollow me. I think it's kind of funny. All right, well, at least my my zombies are just... I love that, like, this zombie just lives here now. Like, it's just... It's just funny to me. There's 2 of them, this one and this one. They got into a fight with one of my necromancers. You know, I'd like to think that the tantruming necromancer that res those 2 grim corpses that are just useless and dumb and just hanging out there, I wonder if that necromancer res them as grim corpses out of spite. Yeah. I tend to agree with that, Silvertongue. I've certainly been around ladies that drop the C word like it's kid-friendly. But, I personally... It's the word I use when I want emphasis. When I want to, like, show somebody I'm fucking serious. It kind of is hilarious. Although, with the exception of racial slurs, I'm one of those people where swear words aren't the words that will actually hurt people, in my opinion. Swear words are words that have been obstructed from use by society, not words that are necessarily a problem. It's like, for me, words that are a problem are racial slurs. But swear words, I kind of took South Park's line to heart, which is, it's just a word. What's it going to do to you? It's how your friends can gauge your anger. It's when I stop swearing that I'm mad. You call your cat a bitch sometimes? That's funny. Swearing at cats is just mandatory part of owning cats, though. Like, why would anybody own a cat with the exception of just having something to cuss at? Okay, so first off, this disaster of Bitter Relic just gave birth to twins. Really goes to show how long that siege has been here. Also, the ocean's frozen now, so a lot of the baddies are just gone. But swear words are just kind of rude. Depending on the word, yeah. The first twins on stream? Not the first twins on stream, no. But the fact that a necromancer experiment just gave birth to twins really proves that they've been here for a while. Here, I'll screenshot it if anybody wants it. Oops, wrong room. There you go. Okay. Speech to text has got a lot better. Why are you typing in speech to text? I use speech to text almost all the time when I'm talking on chat on my phone, though. Yeah, speech to text is almost spooky. Oh, closed caption. I mean, closed captions is literally just Google text to speech. That's all it is. It's pulling from Google. That's literally all it is. It's just Google's speech to text recognition. Although, I don't know. I've been very impressed with the captions. Very impressed and very happy with the captions. I think that every now and again they fuck up hilariously, but the fuck-ups are few and far enough between that they're actually kind of weirdly impressively good. Go abduct these kids? What, the necromancer experiment kids? God, I wish that was an option. But I don't think that's the case. Also, yes, we ain't goblins. It would have been real funny if it gave birth to twins and they both immediately froze to death. Well, actually... Nah. They're not counted as friendly. That's disappointing. The big problem is these Dacostinums, demons fly. But they don't get caught in the ice trap. Just have to wait for them to fucking leave. Because I need wood. And unfortunately, I can't deconstruct beds. A record number of snatchers, really? I don't think you've seen this, Stone, but this is our library mascot. It's just this corpse who's just been hanging out here for, I don't know, about a year now. This one. Then there's another one, which is this one, which has entrails. They got beat. They got the ever-living shit kicked out of them by my mayor who tantrumed. My mayor tantrumed and beat the crap out of them. Also, speaking of that, Necromel's our mayor again. So now we have an undead mayor, which is interesting. So we have an undead necromancer mayor. An intelligent undead necromancer mayor. No teeth. I think that might be one of the strongest potential mayors you could have. Disassembly workshop block requires blocks, rated disc, and a table. Maybe a mechanism instead of a block. Oh, did you make that, Brahms? I mean, sure, go ahead. I don't think I would use it personally. Not that it seems bad, but couldn't see myself using that personally. Let's see if I can res some more undead. I've had some new corpses get thrown in here. Let's just tell them to go stand here. Sending my necromancer, or my two necromancers into here. Although one of them is a hammerlord, so they'll see this evil zombie dwarf corpse in here. And hopefully res some of these bodies that have been tossed in here recently. Pull that lever. Without causing too much pandemonium. Did they actually pull it? Yeah, they did. But it works in the current version. I believe that none of the code around that would have been changed. They just don't even care. That's funny. Oh, saw a new zombie pop up. Not intelligent, though. Whoa! Okay, so... Kulbach, the disaster of Bitten Relic has given birth to triplets. I understand why there's so many of these fucking things. They have litters, like large litters. Good lord. Dwarf's a little frustrated about being unable to acquire anything, but generally doesn't feel anything. Yeah, I guess that's just all that. Twins and triplets. No, it's a different name. Hey Kibbs, how you doing? Happy Halloween. And also hi Polking and Microflora. Yeah, a lot of Beelug threw around a lot of subs yesterday. I've been doing a terrible job reading chat today because chat's been a little slow. It's funny, when chat's a little quiet, I have a much harder time reading chat because I don't pay as close attention. I just assume it's slow, so I miss things more often. We'll see you later, Brahms. Cheers, dude. Big thanks for leaving the stream up, by the way. Goes a long way. Also, drastically increases your chances of maybe getting gifted a sub. So with these bodies, I'm literally just throwing them into lava. That's all that we're doing with them. All of these zombies are kind of heading in one direction. I wonder if they're all leaving. Because I need this wood from the surface. That's what I need. Or maybe they're just headed for those otters that are running across the screen. What, throwing them into magma? Yeah, they're just headed for the otters. God damn it. Although one kind of hilarious thing is Gimper's Dwarf, who's currently attending a meeting. What are you wielding, actually? Do you happen to have a pick? I don't think so. It just like lives in this cavern layer now. Because he got locked in here. So he just lives here now. Which is just kind of sad, but also kind of funny. You know, actually, hold on. Gimper, oh, right, yeah. Because you're not technically a part of the fort. No way I can let you into the fort. Where's my stairway? There it is. Isn't there a forgotten beast in that lair? Guess not. Or you'd be dead. I actually have no idea how this dwarf got down here. Unless their partners are also here. I mean, they've been here for almost a year. It's possible that they've made the babies since they got here. I kind of want to let this intelligent undead dwarf back into the fort. I kind of feel bad. Uh-oh. Gem Cutter's been missing for a week. All right, so we're down to one of these two farmers. The chief medical dwarf or Lycod as possible vampire. Not that I'm really trying very hard, nor do I really care. Speaking of responsible, I hope everybody's having a responsible and safe Halloween. Because it is my favorite season of the year. Or my favorite fake holiday of the year. Not a real holiday, come on. But it is the best fake holiday. Nope. I play completely vanilla. I don't use any plugins, add-ons, additions, assists whatsoever. Oh, absolutely. You got to be safe but irresponsible. Have you ever, the citizenship of Gimper. Gimper wishes to join the Dark Embraced. Yes, welcome. And Kibbs Britches, who is an undead dwarf, also wishes to join the fortress. Alrighty, Kibbs. Now you have all your old jobs back, you undead bastard. Well, I mean, you were part of the fort, right? And then you died. And then you ceased to be part of the fort because you were dead. And now you're, well, an undead. But can't remember things, dwarf. In fact, you were part of the military too. So I should put you back in the military. You're just dead. Oh, I mean, you might, and I say this is big maybe, these grim corpses are all undead dwarves from my fort. They've been given new names, but they're all friendly. So, I don't know who they were, but they have all been given names. New names, of course. I'm assuming this one's head is gone, for example. I'm assuming they were all dwarves from my fort. It's kind of hard to tell, really. He has a high, clear voice. Wow. Just a high-pitched whirring. Man, I'm still just super bummed that there's nothing growing down here. All I can say. Really sucks. Yes, that. I mean, I've always wondered what what mushroom people's voices would sound like, because I've had them singing before, and I always wonder. It's like, man, I wonder what a mushroom creature's voice would sound like. I kind of imagine it like a wooden ocarina or some other like high-pitched sound. Rim's corpse cancels pickup. Ugh. I need them to get that stuff. Luckily, it looks like they're getting some of it. I need this corpse pile to be emptied out. And the reason I need it to be emptied out is so that we can get that little one up there filled with other stuff so that I can actually... So you know what? Let's just do this. This would be the smart thing to do. Just open that door up, let you leave, and get caught in a cage. Now we can dump all this. I literally set that up to work that way and then never thought about it again, so... Now we should be able to remove all these corpses. Let's also make just sure that that's the right corpse cage. It probably is. There we go. Like a deep melancholy. I feel like we'd either be like a low rumbling sound or like a high-pitched whistle. Be one of the two. Or like maybe like a super down-tuned flute. Like you take like kind of like a baritone flute, which I don't think is a thing, but like a very deep sounding flute style instrument. But like maybe made of wood. Like if somebody carved out a tree and used that as a giant wind instrument. I don't know what that blue liquid is in there. What is that blue liquid? Yeah, what actually is that? Oh, it's troll blood. Okay, right. Troll blood is blue. I always forget that troll blood is blue. You know what? Let's just cancel all this. Instead, just carve fortifications right there. But I've certainly seen them singing as part of performance troops. Or specifically, a specific performance troop I had once. That happened to have a Plump Helmet Man member, and we got to hear him sing. You know what? Let's just dig that instead of do what we're doing. They can sing but can't talk? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe they just make notes. Like they're just walking instruments. Because, like, if my mouth is closed... So maybe they can make sounds, but they can't speak necessarily, you know? Like, they can make tones. Like, just because I don't have a mouth doesn't mean they can't necessarily make sounds, right? Although, actually, creatures with no mouth. What's the internet gonna give me? It's funny, the first thing I get is, like, hagfish, which is interesting. Pretty much, Polking. So you imagine a kazoo? Like a buzzing sound? Hey, maybe. I literally just need wood right now. I guess I could start my military training again. As in theory, they should be stronger. Like, kibs should be really strong. Hagfish have mouths? Yeah, that's why I was confused. They have very ugly looking mouths, too. You're not going to genetically engineer one to find out? No, I wouldn't expect you to. Still fun to think about, though. The thing that I'm upset about is there is a very real possibility right now that a Forgotten Beast could show up and ruin this fort. Because I wasn't thinking when I built the other side of it, and I wasn't expecting to have to wait this long. I figured I'd have enough power from just the one power set, but I clearly don't. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm very much worried that there's a very real possibility I could be in trouble. With psionics like the Protoss? Oh yeah, I guess I always thought that the Protoss just wore weird masks, but I guess you're right, yeah. But I mean, they probably could, because like mushrooms are connected through the ground via basically like brain connections almost, right? So I wonder if they can, I guess it would make a degree of sense that they'd be able to communicate with each other telepathically. But would other things be able to hear that because they're not part of the fungal network, right? They shoot you with spores, then talk to you mentally? That seems a little bit intense. Just getting assaulted by spores. This might hurt. I hope you can get out, Dwarf. If you can't, we'll res you. Okay, that didn't go anywhere near as fast as I thought it would. Whoa! There's a lot of blood and stuff. Holy shit. That dwarf must have been covered in blood. Like, Jesus. Forgotten Beast extract, blood. All that good shit. I mean, no, I know what you mean. But, like, the fact that you'd need to ingest spores or intake spores to communicate with something is still kind of gross in my mind, but yes. They shoot you with mushroom sperm, which basically is what spores are. To a degree. The siege is done! Hallelujah! Alright, quick. We must go to the surface and hack down all of the trees. All of them! Clear cut the forests! There's no elves nearby anyway. Eli, have you completely lost your mind? Yes. I need somebody who hasn't completely lost their mind. You can't do actual labors that I give you. You've completely lost your mind. You've completely lost your mind. Have you completely lost your mind? No, you haven't. Perfect. All right, let's get a bunch of this shit inside. Yeah, we need wood, because that's the only thing I can make power stuff out of. There you are. Night Warrior Skeleton. Excuse me? Interrupted by Night Warrior. Oh. Well, whatever a Night Warrior is, there's one in my fort. Oh, I see, there's still a bunch of invaders on the map. I should have looked. Dwarves appear to just be dogpiling it. And it's dead. Cool. Just going to tell my military to station right there. Because my military is really good. Well, the 3 dwarves that we have. All right. Well, they already killed a Kia. Turns out Do I get migrants anymore? Yeah, but not during sieges. Otherwise, I'd be at 9 dwarves, I think. I wonder what you guys are wielding, actually. Silver Warhammer. Artifact War Flask. Fucking badass. Literally, Artifact Flask, Warhammer. What you? Silver Warhammer. Adamantine Shield. Silver Buckler. Artifact. Adamantine Short Sword. Let's just turn off this stockpile. 'Cause I just want that stuff thrown out. Impressive weapons. I mean, this is an impressive fortress, frankly. We made it past end game. It's just... Okay, so there are a few horrors left, but they're all just floating around pissed off, so that's fine. I'm not super worried. We'll just let them go work. We're mostly just going out and getting wood. So many corpses. And things up on the surface. It's actually a little ridiculous. Look how big this tree is. This dead highwood trunk. You don't generally see them that big. It's got to be because the fact that it's a 1,000-year-old world. There's a lot of them, too. Like, look how big this tree is. It's like 3 by 3. And it goes up 11 Z levels. I mean, it's dead, but still, look at that. That's just crazy, in my opinion. A hedgehog skeleton is interrupting us. All right, you know what? Let's just tell the military to go stand in here and just kill everything that shows up that's a problem. An undead hedgehog, which is currently getting fought with. Now, bits of undead hedgehog. This hedgehog seems to be pretty strong, but we are getting a lot of hits in, so it's just a matter of time before they beat it to a pulp. Oh, there it goes. It's flying to pieces. Perfect. And now they're resurrected little pieces. God damn, if I didn't need to, like... God, they are having a hard time killing this thing. There's blood on the ground now. Oh god, is Lobarin gonna die? This undead fucking immortal ass hedgehog corpse is ridiculous. My farmer's been found dead. Oh boy. Anybody want to resurrect them? No? I swear to god, if this fortress dies to a psychotic undead hamster, I'm gonna be sad. Or hedgehog, not hamster. Like, this thing, like, hasn't real... Like, does it have... What does it still have? Nothing. Okay. Since, like, everything on it is gone... Hey, Wolfpack. Wouldn't that just be sweet fucking irony? If this fortress dies to a... Also, this guy, this planter, isn't the vampire. Then who the fuck was the vampire? Hold on. Lobarin, where are you? Oh, there you are. I see. Fucking kill that giant goddamn hedgehog. Pilot's now stumbling around. Blood on the ground from something. Hold up. That is it. Just put everybody in the military. Go grab something and beat the crap out of this giant goddamn undead hedgehog. Because if this is how the fortress dies, I mean, oh hey, we got some migrants. We were just talking about that? There's a giant hedgehog in the fort, everybody. Dogpile it. This is a mess. Blood on the ground. There we go. They appear to be on it. It's still moving. God, just fucking... I don't have any justice. I don't care about the vampire. I don't have anybody in the justice system to know. So, no. There is no information in the justice screen because, frankly, I don't care. What I do want is this hamster to be dead. Atelier!
But
You startled me. Like, legit. Thank you. Cheers, man. They're on top of it. There's a lot of blood. How many dwarves am I up to? 23. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Spitalier? Throwing 1K bits at the channel. Thanks for the 10 bucks, man. Cheers, dude. This is an OP skeleton. It's like I can't tell him to stop fighting it. I'll just keep fighting it. Loborin is throwing a tantrum. Oh my god, Loborin finally fucking lost it? Really? Wait, did the... Oh hey, it's outside now. Okay, let's do this. Let's force everybody inside. And anybody who can't get inside is just going to get left outside. And let's pull that lever. God damn it. Who's this? Inod? Well, you're not one of mine, so you're not coming in. I hope that I got enough That is frustrating. Oh, never mind. It's still in the fort. There's just another one above.
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will the blin.
Ryan, I think I might be losing my fortress to a giant undead hamster. Hedgehog. I keep saying hamster, meaning to say hedgehog. But the thing is, like, they've been fighting it for actually days in-game now. And all this blood is... that's what we're doing, Alien. Those are my only weapons, really. I got all of those silver swords. These are all silver warhammers. Cage trap would do it, but I can't construct cage traps when there's combat going on. But I need it to get caught in the cage trap, you know? But no, I think that I'm losing this fortress to this. That's mildly salt-inducing. And exceptionally frustrating. Because there's also another one right here. There's two of them. It fits the theme, but like... Sorry, I will be incredibly bummed if this is how it ends. Like, I'm a fucking cry if this is how it ends. Rage quit this stream and take 2 days off. That's where I'm at. Fucking kill it, please. Please kill it. There's a giant undead hedgehog in my fortress, which is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. And all of my dwarves are now dying. And there's nothing I can do. They're locked in eternal combat with the fucking thing. And the whole fort's breaking because of it. Looks like it. Looks like it. Watch. Wall it in. At this point, I don't have the fucking energy. But they're gonna cancel the goddamn jobs. Like, let me show you. Plus, there's 4 more up on the surface, and they all seem to be just as strong. But no, the jobs are going to wall from around a corner. It's in the middle of this giant fucking open room. How am I going to wall it from around a fucking corner? Also, 4 of my dwarves are on the same tile. Like, no, like this is it. If this is how it ends, this is how it fucking ends, man. That just sucks. Yeah, like that's gonna help anything, Quatch. It's like, just because it's a known bug doesn't mean it's gonna make this problem fix. Well, we'll just let them keep fighting it. Pray for a miracle, or hope they all die. One of the two. Actually, know what I can do? I can do this. Actually, no, I can't even do this because I don't have enough power. Because, don't think I have enough power. Building. I don't have DF hack. I'm playing in vanilla. There is no DF hack. I don't have magic powers like that. And yes, I would also much rather see the lighthouse completed, but we're not going to get it completed. This is it. I got careless. Shouldn't have ran outside. Should have been much more watchful. But of course, the insane night creatures that were just floating around in the sky made my dwarves resurrect undead creatures, and there was scary undead creatures. So, or scary creatures that became scary undead creatures and are now terrorizing us. Like, there's literally nothing I can do, unfortunately. Except for just let this thing be in my fort. So we will do what we can, but let's see if I can build a cage trap next to it. But no, part of the way I play this game, Alien Slayer, is I don't use DF hack, I don't use lazy noob pack, and I don't use any plugins or assists. Which, can I resettle the fortress after it crumbles? Oh, totally. But will I do that? No, because this is the last day I'm playing this fort. It's done after today. It's Halloween, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to do that. Could I have done that 2 days ago? Sure. Today, no. This fort's done. But right now, nothing's going to get completed because they're all insta-canceling jobs whenever they see this hedgehog. Except for the ones that are either brain dead or don't care. See? Interrupted by giant hedgehog skeleton. Cancels, pick up equipment, and it's right in the middle of where all of my shit is, so they can't do anything. They can't go get the trap bits and build those cage traps around it. Although they did build this one, which is interesting. Let's see if I can make the really brave ones make weapon traps. Although I doubt it because there's things occupying those tiles. Read to you on an Android device? I think what you're looking for would be an Audible subscription. Alright, so they are building traps around the damn thing. Can I build traps underneath it? Books you're reading aren't on Audible? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll bet you there's, most phones have, like, accessibility options. I wonder if you could find an accessibility option that would read all UI out to you. You might be able to. I mean, I don't think you'd need to write an app for it. Look in your phone's accessibility options. Most phones have, like, an option to just read all text on screen, but you might need to, like, manually trigger it for every page. But anyway, I kind of glossed over this because I was frustrated, but Spitalier, thank you very much for the 10 bucks. Seriously, man. Thanks for all the support you've thrown at the stream over the last year. This month was kind of a write-off until yesterday, so. See, how many of these have been canceled? Now I just need to get the fucking thing to move. Because my dwarves are on top of it and fighting it. What if I make them go here? Will that pull them off? I just saw something fly everywhere. Nanochip appears to be fighting with it. I saw teeth go everywhere. Just need it to move. Yeah, it's still there. Routed in miasma. I just need those dwarves to get off the damn thing. This game or this particular fort? This particular fort, I don't fucking know. But you've basically stepped in... If you've never seen Dwarf Fortress before, you've basically stepped into endgame. So it's like the equivalent of not knowing anything about civilization and then trying to watch turn 600 of a long game and being like, what do all these towns mean? It's like, well, yeah, it's gonna be tricky, but little ends running around. If they're pale blue, they're undead. If they're purple, they're necromancers. I got some dwarves in there. I got some thirsty dwarves, some pissed off dwarves, some tantruming dwarves, some happy dwarves, dogs, which are the D's. There's an alpaca over there on the right. A lot of gravestones. The pink is the stench of rotting flesh. I mean, the goal is to keep everything from dying. It's a sandbox game. Sandbox concepts are pretty commonplace now in video games. Someone's teeth went flying. I don't know whose it was. Probably was the dwarves, to be honest. Another tooth went flying. Was that tooth or bit? One of Nanochip's teeth. Well, I mean, we've certainly generated fun. It's just not the fun I wanted. At least Necromal's doing his job. Although technically I only have 2 living dwarves. What exactly can you do? That's a very long answer to that question. What exactly can you do in Dwarf Fortress? Okay, just to give you an idea on the absurdity of DF. This game doesn't have a normal combat system. Most games, the combat is numbers-based and dice rolls-based. This game keeps track of blood, bones, tendons, skin, fat, muscles, ligaments, internal organs, teeth, eyelids, eyes, hair. So what's actually happening here is a giant undead hedgehog is fighting with about 3 undead dwarves. I think one of them's a necromancer, I think. But this is the actual combat log here of what's going on, what the game is keeping track of. And this is happening like dozens of lines per second. Dwarf Trapper kicks the giant hedgehog skeleton in the upper body with his left foot. The attack glances away. The presser punches the giant skeleton in the upper body with his left hand. The attack glances away. The skeleton misses. So we're stuck in eternal combat right now. It's a pain in the fucking tits. I'm pissed. It's hurting my frame rate. And I just want to pump lava up my pump stack that I spent all day making. But I can't because this fucking undead hedgehog is just hanging out. But it's a game with 3 modes of play. There's sandbox base building, procedurally generated history, and an open world RPG. Whatever mode you want to play, this is the base building mode where you control a colony of dwarves and take in the local homeless dwarves from the mountain home, and you build a dwarven fortress of your dreams. And you find fun along the way until it eventually collapses under its own weight, like you are currently witnessing. In adventure mode, you take one character that you design, and you inhabit the world until you get bored or die. Usually the first one comes first. And then there's Legends, which is just you read the game's procedurally generated history. And this game doesn't just give you a map. It gives you a world that doesn't care about you, and you can explore freely as much or as little as you want. Every single tile in this area is the size, or bigger, actually, I think it's like 18 times, 32 times, the size of the tile that I'm currently playing on. And these are all different settlements. This is a necromancer tower. This is an abandoned necromancer tower. These down here are other dwarven fortresses, all with their own populations that are alive and being calculated. And tracked to an extent. Which is why this game might look primitive, it might look old, but it brings my high-end gaming rig to its knees. Like right now. It's also free. So. It is really fun. It's a bit obtuse, but fuckload of fun if you can get into it. Currently, also a fuck ton of frustrations because of this goddamn hedgehog. I'm upset. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. No shit, Quatch. No fucking shit, I can't. I have to wait for them. Can? How? I have to either wait for them to eventually break bits off of it so that it dies, or set it on fire. No. How would I do that? Prevents parent collapse. Okay, hold on. Which file is that in? Which init file? Jess! The RAW's in the save folder? Hold up. We're battling with a bug. Let me find this world. I want to say it's region 1? Which folder? Quatch? So, how was the Halloween stream, Jess? If I can ask. You can't search the contents of the folder. You can look. Do you have a title? It's like, I've got it open. This is the current save that we're in. Hedgehog raw. I don't know which is the hedgehog raw. Do you know the name of that file? Because, like, there's unit numbers. Yeah, I saw a clip pop up and I had to open up your stream and look, Jess, because I was wondering what was on your face. But welcome, Raiders. I've run into an invulnerable hedgehog bug, and we're attempting to fix, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Otherwise, we're just kind of screwed, which will suck. But, welcome, Raiders. This is DF. This game's a bit complex, so if you're confused, ask questions. We can do our best to help. Might require saving uncompressed. I mean, I can save the game and close the game and open up a DAT file. But I'm also more interested in just trying to cave in the tiles. So hold on. I'm going to try and do that. Because it doesn't seem to want to move. And I'll bet you if I cave in the goddamn tile, that'll kill it. Actually, hold on a second. Can I mine out the tile underneath it and build floor on top of it? Let's try and do that. Because I've got a couple miners that are completely brain dead that don't care about anything. So my dwarves are in... That's not good. Forgotten Beast has arrived. A great humanoid composed of green glass. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. This might just kill everything, actually. Mothro. Never mind. I think this might just kill everybody, so hold that thought. Because this thing's just going to fly into my fort. And my military is currently tied up with that immortal hedgehog. Hold on, let's see if I can block that. Actually, maybe not this layer. Hold up. Nope, it is this layer. Yeah, it can just fly in through this hole if it wants. Do that. Please. Hi, Infinity. I mean, I'm okay with dying to Forgotten Beast. Not okay with dying to Undead Hedgehog. If that is any consolation. You can download DF from bay12games.com/dwarves, and you can wishlist the Steam version on Steam, which will have fancy pictures. And clicky buttons. Also, apologies for the salt. This stuff's never fun. Oh, do you have the tantrum right there? I need that to be fortified. Oh, cool. Now you're starting fistfights. My strongest dwarf is starting fistfight. Strongest dwarf is starting a fistfight. My strongest dwarf is starting a fucking fistfight. Where's that glass cannon at? Not in my fort. Excellent. Very busy fighting with the underground Drothless. Cool. Recover wounded. Construct building. How's that building construction doing? They haven't dug out from underneath the hedgehog yet. Yep, it's still locked in combat with Nanochip. Let's see if I can get this locked off. Cool. Okay. Forgotten Beast can no longer get into Fortress. So Forgotten Beast, are, for those of you who don't know, are procedurally generated creatures. There's actually two in the fort right now. There's this one, which just showed up, which is a giant humanoid composed of green glass with wings and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. But we also have this one, which is Galka, which is in the basement, which is a huge feathered leech with a knobby shell, and it belches and croaks. It has slate gray feathers that are fluffed out. Beware its fire. This thing is fire shotgun. Is question mark? Not totally. It'll come out in 2021. It'll be out in 2021. But then again, I was also saying that it would be out at the end of summer this year. But then again, that's also what they were saying initially, so. All right, how about this? Ramp up. What's right underneath this? What's right above this? How about we do this? Here's an idea. Even if I have to sacrifice nanochip in the process, here's a fucking idea. How about I go out here, I knock this goddamn wall down, which I can do, and we just cave the floor in above it. I mean, Tarn hasn't confirmed anything, because Tarn will never confirm anything. But the original stated release date that they were planning for was November this year. But then they worked on villains for an extra 6 months than they were planning to. So Tarn has more or less stated between the PAX panel he did and a recent DF talk that they're roughly that far behind, give or take. Okay, let's try this. Where is this fucking thing? You're right here? Yeah, you're right there? All right, let's fucking cave in the floor. Also, for people who are newer to this game might look like it's 2D. This is actually a 3D world. This is one layer. This is me moving up a layer. This is me moving up a layer. This is me moving up a layer. And this is me going down air layers. You're looking at one layer of blocks at a time. Think Minecraft, but 3 dimensions. So this might just kill my dwarves, but hopefully kills that stupid hedgehog in the process. And this fucking genius in the middle here is carving his floor out from underneath him, but that's fine. Oh, see, he's fine. Nanochip is dead from getting badly crushed. Is that hamster dead? That's the question. Is the hedgehog dead? The hedgehog is dead. Okay. And another one is caged, which is good. Okay. Now I just need to fill the floor in. There's several holes in the ground, but the thing is fucking dead. So you know what? Fucking whatever. We did it. Huzzah. Success. Now get those goddamn logs inside, guys. Come on. Jesus. It would help if I unpause the game. Progress. Sure. We could call it that. There's also someone's pet bunny rabbit that's undead over here. I fixed it. The problem, that is. I don't know if Quatch is still here, but Quatch, I fixed it. I dropped the rock on it. Diagnose patients. Okay, how bad's the hospital? The hospital's pretty full. Also, this white end right here, this is Nanochip. Nanochip's soul was immediately released and is like, oi, guys, what the fuck? Why'd you drop a rock on me? And I'm like, well, you see, so now there's, hold on, there's now a hole right here in the ground, surrounded by traps, and a hole right there, and a hole that goes down to here. The dwarf that dug it out is still fine, but unfortunately we lost Nanochip. And someone else was found dead, but that's because they were up on the surface. It's like keeping an eye out for any... Oh, that's a Drothla skeleton. That's terrifying. I'll put some weapon traps up here. I wonder how effective corkscrews are in weapon traps. I've never done it before. What? Giant undead hedgehogs? Interrupted by Drothla skeleton. Now, is this Drothla skeleton going to cause the same number of problems? I hope not. I don't even see where it is. Oh, I see it. There it is. It's just going around murdering my dogs. Well, that's cool. Stray puppy found dead. It'll just fix it temporarily. I mean, that's a fix. Removing the problem is a fix. By my definition, anyway. So my hospital is like right underneath my camera right now, and the dwarves are doing their best to work on that, but now I've just got this undead Drothla just hanging around. Let's see if I can kill a Drothla. Let's find out if we have the same fucking problem. Tell my dwarves to go beat the crap. Okay, see, Drothla, no issue. We just killed it. Oh, now they're fighting with the bits and pieces of it that they resurrected. Because, you know, just necromancer shenanigans. So we're going to kill the Drothla, and then we're going to kill the Drothla 11 more times because of how many times we resurrected its bits and pieces. I'm looking to see if I can find its bits. Not seeing its bits. God, there's so much blood. Someone's pet bunny rabbit that's undead, although I think it's already dead now. I like how all these have already been suspended. Like, I haven't even started them yet, and they're all suspended. Although everybody is either a corpse or undead now, so at least I don't need to worry about food. That's a benefit. Like an interesting EXP farm. Oh, if you really want to inflate the kills of your dwarves, get a couple necromancers in your army, because you'll kill every baddie like 15 times and make everybody wield swords, because they'll stab them, chop them into bits, resurrect all their fingers, hands, teeth, arms, eyes, hair, etc., and then they'll kill them like 11 more times. Like in my last fort, or in one of my previous forts, when I had a zombie neck crawling down my... So somebody had a notable kill on a named undead neck. As if, like, you know... All I really need is I need that wood in my fort. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go down into the basement. Keep the game paused for a minute. Does the neck stand up? Oh, probably. I'm willing to bet money that the neck stood up at some point. Let's throw these water wheels in. I had a similar thing happen to this once when I had a undead giant tortoise walk into my fort, which was also literally invulnerable. Like, the dwarves just couldn't damage it, even with adamantine weapons. That was one of the more distressing things I've ever had happen. They just sat there beating on it for days. It was actually kind of horrifying. All right, we're so close to getting this bloody thing done. They're very, very basic. Like, honestly, if I were to complain about a DF mechanic for being too boring, it would be power. It's absurdly simple. Okay, so you're building traps. Muthcat's been found dead. This is down to the goddamn wire here, I'm telling you. Lycaboo's insane. You're still locked in combat with another giant hedgehog, because there is a second one. It's in this area, but luckily it's trapped in there, so not so bad. Pilot's nuts, I think. No, Pilot's just... Oh, I see. Pilot is freshly undead. Do I have a mare? I do. Necromal is my mare. Necromal, are you insane? If not, what are you doing? Where are you on my menu here? There you are. Okay, so you're getting tended to. Okay, so I can't... So I've got a bunch of recently undead dwarves that won't actually who won't actually take job orders until they've petitioned to legally join the fort. So they're just existing in my fort and will do menial tasks, but can't do major tasks. And I need them to petition to join the fort before they actually become useful. Which is a little bit frustrating. On the bright side, I do still have enough functional dwarves that, or enough functional zombies, I guess, that they are, I wonder how many actually living dwarves I still have. You're living, sort of. Are there explosives in DF? Well... I mean, alcohol explodes. They don't need food or booze, no. Most of them don't even think. They take a little while to heal, though. And, like, they're all getting tended to. I got more than enough medical supplies. So, and it's not like they need soap. We don't need to worry about infections. It's just going to take time. I just need a carpenter to, as they say, get on with it. Night Warrior's Grand Corpse? I think that this guy... Yeah, this Night Warrior, I'm pretty sure, is actually hostile. Not anymore, it's not. For you to need to repetition after Resurrection. Here's the thing. The update that came out with all of this stuff, with the Intelligent Undead, is half-baked. It never got finished because it was taking too long. So Tarn went to go work on the Steam version instead of working on this version for another 6 months. So it's highly likely these mechanics aren't functioning fully properly. Like, we're not even entirely... Because, like, Tarn doesn't, like, tell us what's intended. He just says what he's added. And then we figure out what it can do. And half the time, he's as surprised as we are. So, with this, I don't even... The villains part was more sad than the Intelligent Undead. What do you mean it was more sad? I mean, the villains part, like, basically made Legends way cooler. So I don't know about that. Villains was a pretty solid update, in my opinion. I think all of the guild hall stuff is really cool and is really useful. But there's certainly some features in this that are like, those aren't done. And this is the Intelligent Undead one, I think, is one of those unfinished features that we are just kind of brute forcing into working, sort of. You highly want the rating system to be reworked. How so? I mean, that stuff is all supposed to get reworked at some point. And in adventure mode, it certainly makes adventure mode more interesting. But I think that my favorite part is all just the world gen stuff. Well, Fuck us, I guess. Because everybody's injured. Doesn't matter what I was able to do, because everybody has to get back inside. Everybody get back inside. Why are you all running out? Get back inside. Come on, guys. Oh, because I didn't actually turn it on. That's why. Everybody get back inside. Come on. Dwarves, get back inside. We are being invaded again. By more goblins. Was I even able to get any of the wood inside? I don't even know. Oh, they're already attacking us. They've already made it here. God, those fucking flying freaks. Well, at least they didn't touch those doors, so I can just lock those. But we're gonna lose more dwarves. Kibbs is outside still. Get inside, Kibbs. Get inside. Oh no, he got picked up. Let's just tell him to kill this thing. Let's forbid that. I think they must have killed it, because I'm certainly not seeing it alive anymore. Yeah? Yeah, they killed it. Doors are locked, though. Caverns to retrieve all the dead bodies of animals. Forbid all the bodies first. You can do that via the stocks menu. Just go to stocks, assuming you have a bookkeeper set up. You can go to stocks. You can go to corpses. Forbid. That'll stop that. Just hit F. And corpses in the corpse thing. And then they'll stop doing that. But they'll still dogpile the caverns to go collect all the loot and stuff off the grounds. Press F for all the dead dwarves. I mean, every single dwarf in this fort is dead. For whatever that's worth. Every single dwarf in this fort is dead right now. They're undead, but they're still dead. Or necromancers, which are a form of undead. I just need my undead... necromancer to heal up, which I know is kind of an odd sentence to say out loud. So that you can accept the petitions of the new dwarves into the fort. Although I am seeing dwarves running wood down here. I don't know how much of this they were able to get done. Not enough. I mean, at some point, Tarn wants to add multiple playable races, which you can already do with modding, but you don't really want... It's one of those features in DF where you can do that, but you don't really want to do that because you'll run out of content. I'm just eternally angry right now because I'm in a... Like, the only fortress I've ever played that just has no mushrooms growing on any... of the cavern layers for some fucking unknown reason. Which is absurdly frustrating. All right, well, let's try this. Let's try this. Deconstruct all of this shit. I need to get more power, but I can't use more power in the process. So I'm going to make that one... Or rather, I'm going to repurpose all of the wood on this side Actually, you know what? No, not on this side. I'm just going to make this one tile wider. So instead of going the route that I was going, which is building another power supply, I'm just going to try and focus all of the wood that I do have on this one power supply. Because it's, like, kind of my only option right now, so I'm going to go for it. And I have all this wood lying around, and I still have one dwarf who's capable of construction, or one undead freak who's capable of construction, so I'm gonna get him doing that. It's my only option. I'm gonna do it. Because there ain't no way in hell I'm gonna make this work if I do it the way I'm trying to do it. Hello, Mind. How are you? We're in a state of peril. This fort. We're on our last legs. But it's been a good time. Mostly. A little salty, but salty good time. And they'll heal up eventually. It's a matter of time. Hello, Pi. How are you? What am I using for the power for? To get magma from underground in the far, far, far basement to the surface. Or specifically, into this. Right here. But the problem is the majority of my dwarves got injured in a fight against an undead giant hedgehog, which was completely, totally, and utterly invulnerable. And we have there's a second one up there on the surface, but fortunately, we don't need to deal with it. What does what do? You need to be more specific than it. I don't know what it is. What is it? Like your head is a balloon, kind of tired? Welcome to my life. Turns out having a body that doesn't operate properly really fucks with your noggin. Like, really fucks with your noggin. Until we dropped the building on it. Yes. Yes, we did drop a building on it. That did fix the problem. Well, didn't entirely fix the problem, but it did fix the problem. Partially. I've still got the... I've still got other problems, but we're working on it. At least I still have enough functional things. 99 what? Talquin. Oh, the thing where I'm sending the magma? Sending the magma up to the surface, eventually. Although I do have one more problem I need to deal with, and that's the magma will drain off the side of the map, so I'll need to figure out how to deal with that too. I might cave it in. Might actually be able to do that. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, I totally could do that. Could dig up right here, one tile. Then all about this area. And then cave in one block, I think. I think I could do that. I think. Howdy, Warm Shadow. Today's been a challenge. Mentally. But we're doing it. One thing at a time. More than anything, though, I just need my mayor to heal up enough so that he can accept my dwarves into the fort again so that I can actually give them jobs. How well the auto text works. It's far from perfect, but it works well enough that if you are hearing impaired, it'll work. You can also disable it by clicking the CC button. But it's been a good stream. I was a little bit worried waking up today that I was just gonna start this fort up and just finish it up in like an hour, which was definitely a possibility, but things have gone wrong, which is kind of what should happen, frankly. Also, this dwarf is a really shitty miner. Do undead actually gain skills? I don't think they do, yeah? How do you stop bleeding on something that has no blood? Yeah, these night warriors don't think are friendly. Hold on. Oh no, the night warriors are friendly. Huh. Okay, never mind then. They can't learn? Yeah, that's what I thought. They can't develop skills. Necromal has ended a mandate. Well, Necromal, how about instead of ending mandates, you get out of bed? We just need to wait for them to heal up. That's basically it. They can't learn, but at the very least, undead can heal. It'd be frustrating if they couldn't. What the heck is that? A turkey? I have a turkey in a cage. How the heck did I get a turkey in a cage? Must have just been a wild turkey. Weird, it's not a giant turkey or something. Menacing with spikes? Of turkey bone? Or something to that extent? Oh my god, you somehow didn't die. So, you know, this dwarf who I said was invulnerable mentally? Yeah, no, it's completely lost it. The giant hedgehog was too much for it. This is a good bedroom. I mean, look at the standards of your average Hillocks in World Gen. And think of that as like average Dwarven standards for living space. So if you consider that to be the average, then yeah, it's pretty bad. At least you're still alive. Somehow. You know what? Let's just do this, because this is taking way too long for them to haul stuff. Yeah, you're doing what I need you to do. Perfect. Although, I do need some more miners. What can you really do? Not a whole lot. Just doing surgery, you know, just casually. If that siege didn't show up, we'd be in a much better space right now. As I'd just be bringing wood inside, things would be getting better. On the bright side, though, at least my mayor's still alive. Mm-hmm. Dwarves are pretty easy to please. There's definitely a benefit for the player. My mayors often have rough times. I think nobles in general produce some of the best stories in the game. Like, this one showed up as a necromancer and then was killed rezzing zombies, was killed by his own zombies, and then was then resurrected by another necromancer, so is actually an undead necromancer. So I renamed them to a lich. Although technically they're just my mayor. I'm just waiting for him to heal up. And then we can actually get back to work. Till then, we're just kind of screwy. Because half my dwarves right now I have no control over. They're just doing menial basic tasks. Although somebody's actually destroying buildings, which is good. I do also desperately need someone else to assist with mining. You move really slowly. I wonder if you're missing your legs. Also blinking a lot. Lower teeth are gone. Oh, his toe's broken. That would do it. You're limping around. Alrighty there, Dwarf. Well, you know, that being said, I can't hate these useless or unorderable zombies too much, because this one here is like diagnosing patients and cleaning wounds and shit. I actually had a werebeast run into my fort once and ran into the fort and punched a farmer in the head. Literally just punched one of my farmers in the head, right? And the farmer lost hold of a leather cap that they were wearing. The leather cap flew off. And then the were creature picked up the leather cap. And the combat log was literally just slaps or whacks dwarf with leather cap. But the shot was deflected. And rather than biting and clawing and scratching like they normally would, it literally just used this leather cap as like what I'm imagining as like a wet towel. Just whipping the dwarves with this leather cap rather than biting them and scratching them, which would infect them. So eventually it turned back into a human, and then the dwarves just punched it to death. Because otherwise that whole fort would have become a were creature fort. But instead of that, it slapped them with a hat. Which is kind of great. So forts don't necessarily need to work out to be entertaining. Not even remotely. Okay, this is taking forever because you are bad at your job. But that's fine. They were bad at their job in life, and now they're bad at their job in death. Let's just put all of the wood down here. And delete the wood stockpile up here. Just wanted to humiliate him. Yeah. Maybe that human, because that's what it was, just had a very high empathy in life. Okay, so I'm channeling out one extra tile all the way along this. And hopefully there's enough that we still get power here And then I'm just going to... Actually, hold up. Got a tile right there. And then we're going to use the wood from that secondary power supply on the other side to make this one better. And hopefully that'll give us enough power that I can connect the whole thing and pump lava to the surface. Hopefully. Got its thorax caved in. Oh, really? Being kicked by a child? I've read combat logs of moms using their babies as blunt force trauma weapons, and it's always entertaining. It's like, but it reads like a dash kind of, which is always very funny. I think this necromancer's about to fall in the water. Are you? No, he didn't. The other one canceled. Because this currently is producing 1300 power. Oh god, did the power just drop? Yeah, this isn't gonna work. But what I could maybe do... What I could maybe do... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Or rather, let's do this. This. And deconstruct both of those. I mean, child safety is a special thing for dwarves. By that, I mean total disregard for the safety of their children. Dwarven parenting. They raise their kids to be tough. What can I say? I need more flow. I mean, you know what I could do? Could just say screw this whole power supply and you just use this one, because this one's way better. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do that. Move the whole goddamn thing over. Cancel all of this. Well, everything that I'm doing here. Cancel all of it. All right, let's just deconstruct all of this. Seal this whole area off. Bring all the wood over to the other end and... see if this will get me enough power. Just moving everything over to the other one, because this whole power supply isn't as strong as the one on the other side. So let's just let them break all this shit down. Yeah, that was infuriating. It's funny because, like, people always want to hear about the hilarious bugs in DF, right? Well, the reality of the hilarious bugs in DF is they're only hilarious if you didn't experience them. They're not funny in the slightest if you have to go through them. How much power am I missing? A few hundred. I need about 300 more power. So I'm moving all of the wood supplies to this power supply because there's more water coming into it and the flow's better. It's one layer down. It has 7 instead of 3. And I'm just hoping that this will do enough to power it. Enough that I'm not going to be able to do it on that side. So I have to move it over here. If I move it over here, this will probably do it. I just didn't do it on this side on the first time, so I was just going to add this one on top of it and just super duper overpower it. But I don't have that luxury. Unfortunately. This will get me deeper water, which will give me full power instead of like half power for most of these. Problem is I need to pipe the power further, but I can rewire it. I can rewire it some. Like for example, I can get rid of this and this and this, this and this, and wire it up here instead. So instead, I can just do this up to here and there, and just do that instead. The fort is a death cult? Oh, you mean loyalty cascades? Or do you mean spirals? Because, like, those still happen. They're just significantly less common. Because I need 1,185 right now, but I'm going to actually need more than that once the whole thing's done. So I also need to power all of the axles. You have to kind of suspend your disbelief a little bit for DF, though. Like, just don't think about it too hard. If you think about it too hard, it stops making sense. And that's no fun for anybody. Might have enough wood now. I don't have enough wood is something I thought I would literally never have to say in DF. What, suspend your disbelief or think about it too hard? Oh, when I talked with Tarn? Yeah, no, I mean, I'll be returning to that particular fort that you're mentioning in, like, a few days here. I just kind of needed a break from it because I'd spent literally a month and a half doing nothing but that one fort. So I needed a me break, but without, you know, to keep myself from burning out. Gotta take breaks occasionally, but there is no automatic downwards trend. If your dwarves are unhappy, you're fucking up. That's your fault, not the dwarves' fault. Well, sometimes it's the dwarves' fault, but it's unlikely that it's the dwarves' fault. Every dwarf has specific needs, and you need to micromanage that. It's part of the game. And it's perfectly possible to have a completely functional fort where everybody's happy. I mean... And then if nobody's happy, just make them undead, and then they don't care. Certain dwarves are a lost cause, but sometimes I'm a lost cause in real life. Like... Here's the thing, though. The Atom Smasher won't make the dwarf happy. But what will potentially make the dwarf happy is if you put them in prison. Put them in prison in a really, really, really nice cell. And if that doesn't work, maybe expel them. That'll deal with it. If they have lots of family in the fort and you don't want to expel them, all right, give them another prison sentence. If they still haven't cheered up after their third prison sentence, then send them to the Atom Smasher. Just sending them to the Atom Smasher isn't going to solve anything. It'll just upset the other dwarves because sudden death of somebody. Oh no. Which will then cause your other dwarves to head downwards. Atom Smasher isn't a solution. I mean, it's a preventative measure, but it's not going to actually make the mental health of your fort any better. If you want to improve the mental health of your fort, you have to improve the mental health of your fort, not temporarily stop it from being poorly run. I know that might sound weird, but it's the way it is. So often when I see people who are just like, I've got problems with moods, how do you manage moods? It's like, be nice to your dwarves. It's that simple. Like, in this particular fortress, they're all tantruming, and there's one simple reason for that. I don't care. I'm letting them do that. I'm letting them tantrum. I'm letting them have panic attacks. I'm letting them freak out. I'm letting them do all the spazzy fun shit, because that's the point of this fort. And in this instance, it's fucking frustrating. But it's what I signed up for with this fort. It's the point of this fort, to be dark and evil and have everything go wrong. If I want a fort to sustain and everybody be happy, I can do that. I'm doing that. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. But like with Long Death, my main fort, yeah, I want them to be happy. Damn it. I'm going to keep them happy. And they're going to remain happy. And whenever somebody becomes unhappy, I will do everything in my power to fix it. And if I can't fix it, then eventually I will expel them. But first, I will do everything in my power to fix it. I mean, I had 90 dwarves at one point, right? And then we had a mass undeading or reliving event, where we intentionally went from about 90 dwarves, most of them happy, mind you, down to about, well, 10 undead dwarves. And since then, the shit's been chaos, but up until that point, it was fine. You can go back in the VODs on my YouTube channel if you want. Awakening? Sure. Kool-Aid drinking.
Happy late 2-year partnerversary.
I like the way she says late. Guys, can I get a big round of beers for Eggman? Cheers, man. Good to have you back. The undeadening? Undeadening I don't think is a real word, though. Awakening is, however. Arch uses them for sleeps. You must have some weird dreams listening to me talk about half the shit I talk about. Or no dreams. I really hope it's the latter. But how you been, Eggman? Those things. Been a bit rough. I feel you there. I know where you're coming from. Hopefully rough in a tolerable sense and not rough in an intolerable sense. Shit's been rough over here too, but it's... most days it's tolerable. And on days where it's not, I get really baked, and then it's tolerable again. Unlifing followed by undeadening. You know, that's gonna be my sentence from now on. We're going to make them all unliving. Petitions! That means my mayor is up and running again. Huzzah! The gloved rampages of living is Pilot's. Pilot, you have a title. Your dwarf has a legendary title because you've done so many events. So you've inherited the title, The Gloved Rampages of Living. Wishes to join the Dark Embraced as a citizen of Shatteredmonster. Approve. Only had a few sessions, though. Hope that helps. Like, I live alone. I live alone in a tiny ass apartment. And that's like hard to deal with some days. I wouldn't want to live alone in a house during a pandemic because a big house feels so much more empty. Or a house feels so much more empty than just an apartment, right? Like I can kind of just inhabit this space and I have like neighbors around that I can kind of see, but living in a house during a pandemic, working from home, I would go nuts. And I've gone pretty nuts living in an apartment alone. But I don't know. But at the same time, you know, I loved living alone for the first 6 months. And then the pandemic happened. Now I don't like it anymore because I don't have any social outlets anymore. Like, Alien Slayer, to give you an idea of my personality, I'm the sort of person where I'm not particularly social. I don't need to be around people, but I will go sit in a coffee shop for an hour just so I can, like, be in the ambiance of social activity, if that makes any sense. And I like that ambience. It's not something I directly need, but it's nice. And, so combine that with being at high risk of COVID-19. I'm considered immunocompromised, so if I get sick with a normal ass flu, I could get hospitalized, let alone the certain pandemic that we're in. So I leave my house maybe once every 2 weeks, and that's just to buy groceries. And I live in 425 square feet. Offered to send you barbecue tonight. Pretty good. I occasionally will be outside when my neighbor's outside and we talk for like 30 minutes and then he grumbles about having to go back to hang out with his wife. He's an interesting bloke. You're certainly ready for it to be over? Yeah. Well, it's just whenever I mention or somebody in chat mentions living alone and difficulties about that, there's always somebody who says, I love living alone. It's like, well, I'm glad that that works for you, but unfortunately, the current state of the world makes it not work for me, so your opinion is irrelevant. It's kind of where my brain goes. It's like, living alone generally is fine, but when it's not fine, it's certainly not fucking fine. So, I don't know. That's pretty similar to how you feel about socializing. It's like, mind, back when I lived with my ex, like it's what I just said, but in your direction instead of at Alien Slayer. Moroccan. Being alone and lonely. I mean, I really like living alone. And I've liked living alone for the past year. But I don't like living alone when I can't go outside. Like, I'm the kind of person who will just go to a bar and have 2 drinks in 2 hours and just exist around people. Like, I don't even need to talk to anybody. But that's the kind of person I am. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's fine. Never had one since college. Also help with house payments. My plants are my roommates. I don't want to share this space with a pet. This space is too small for a pet. Like, the closest thing I can do now to my old style of socializing would be going to the park and just existing around people for a little bit. But the closest I can do to my old style of socializing. Yeah, this will probably do it. About existential dread. You should get a lizard. They listen very well. They'll just sit on your chest and you can talk to them. I don't know. I've found myself like talking at my wall recently. Like that's where I'm at. Talking at my wall. Oh, yay, a tape I ordered is on its way. Cool. Pet sugar glider? Aren't those endangered? Or am I crazy? I seem to recall reading something about that and them being pets is a problem. Could be wrong, though. Church has helped you overcome your severe anxiety. As someone who was raised religious, never going back. But I'm glad that it works for you. Okay, fair enough. But I seem to recall reading something about that, about being trafficked and hurting the wild populations. So my response to that is, that's awful. Local couple that breeds them, which is pretty rare. I still wouldn't want one as a pet. I just want a snake, but that's not legal here. Well, not legal to have in an apartment. That's a long can of worms, which I'd rather not get into. Gotten into arguments over that one before in my chat with people. Can of snakes? Well, I mean, that's just adorable. Can of worms is disgusting. Do you really want to open it? Fine. So, TLDR. 2007, some fuckwad out in the outskirts of town in the area that I live owned a Burmese python in an apartment. So, full-size, 18-foot-long Burmese python. It got out into the ventilation system and killed a 2-year-old. So then they just the government here started talking about banning snakes as pets, just period. And then some fucking moron who owned 2 vipers, one of them got out and it killed somebody's dog in downtown, roughly a year later. And since then, it's been completely, totally, absolutely 100% illegal to own any kind of snake whatsoever in an apartment building, and you need a permit to own anything longer than 2 meters. Those permits aren't cheap and not easy to get. This is just from my province, BC. Those permits aren't cheap and not easy to get. Last time we discussed this, some idiot in my chat started bragging about how he used to own a Burmese python and how it got away once and how he was super mad that it got killed by a car because nobody would report it and would just freak out and call the police when they saw it rather than animal rescue. And I got into a discussion about how he shouldn't have owned an animal of that size and danger anyway and compared it to owning a tiger. We got into a long argument and it ended with him storming off and me banning him. So... yeah. I would like to own a snake. I'd really like to just own a corn snake. But unfortunately, corn snakes can often get longer than 2 meters. It's not worth the $5,000 fine and possible eviction. And explaining that to people is difficult, apparently. Because if you're caught with any snake in an apartment, it's a possible eviction and $5,000 starting fine where I live. Corn snakes? No, you're thinking ball python. Ball pythons are about yay big. Corn snake is 1 to 2 meters. They can get pretty long, but they can't. The thing with corn snakes is corn snakes are like, because I used to own corn snakes, right? And you'd get them in there. They're about that long, but they can get up to like 4 or 5 meters. King snakes can get even longer, but they never get any wider than that and can only eat things they can fit their head on, which is generally about that big. So they can eat like something the size of a hard-boiled egg. That's about it. People are fucking stupid when it comes to needing to own exotic animals because people are fucking moronic. You think, Sky? God. I mean, people also put their desire to party over the safety and health of literally everybody else on the planet. You know. Like, during a pandemic? Okay. No labor is available on you. Everybody else is constructing building. You're conducting meetings, as you should be. All right. Things are going okay again. We've lost a lot of time, but things are going okay on the bright side. Okay. Additions. Pink would like to join the fort. Perfect. Welcome to the fort, Pink. But yeah, that's why it's a can of worms, and that's why I don't bother talking about it. But you wanted to know, so. Hopefully this will be enough power. Because I've got way less axles and more connections. That's not good. Oberyn is tantruming. Please don't go break anything important. Watch him go break the pump stack. Nope. This is proving to be very annoying at this point. Just don't have enough dwarves to finish this. No racism and no snake talk, and ketchup is illegal. Although generally, bigotry of any kind will just get you removed from this chat. The ketchup thing's a joke, though. You can cuss all you want, but say something bigoted and you might as well just leave. I don't want you here. Let's just suspend that one. That's not what I want. Help if I hit the right hotkey. Intolerance of intolerance. You know, Wave Thrash, I'm not particularly tired, but that sentence hurt my brain for a minute there. I had to read it twice. It depends on the kind of mustard. Like, if we're talking, like, spicy mustard or mustard seed, those are fantastic. Yellow mustard is shit garbage. It's like somebody ate a dumpster or the entire contents of a dumpster and just shat it on my hot dog. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why would I want to eat this borderline inedible plastic goop? Stone, you're not helping. Now you guys are just making fun of me. Streamer's been thinking about necromancers and trying to remember which N is not that N and a different N for the last however long. It's a real thing. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, ow, my brain. You know? I believe you. A Wikipedia page is just gonna make it worse. Just, I believe you. It's okay. You want to hear a joke about amnesia? Every video game ever made. I'm so tired of that goddamn trope. Oh, hey, someone who used to be a full-time streamer who hasn't streamed all summer is streaming. That's weird. It would be ironic, Alien Slayer, if you were Dutch. Like, if you were born and raised and your entire family was Dutch, that would be a really funny thing to say. Although usually I see that saying ending with, or that joke ending with the French. So. And then all the Dutch people in the chat are just like, hey. I think, a quarter Dutch or third Dutch. Not sure exactly how the math checks out there, but I'm at least a good portion Dutch. Dutch, Irish, German, mostly. Dutch got around. Let's make good chips. Good kettle chips. Imagine a horror game where you work as a security guard for like the first 3 days are mundane and then a little weird and then you have context. Have you... Are you joking or are you just describing Five Nights at Freddy's? Because it reads like you're just describing Five Nights at Freddy's. But yeah, plenty of horror games have build up. It's like... every Silent Hill game. Tons of build up. That actually makes sense. Okay, so you want a horror game made to your tastes that actually has build up. I mean, animatronics are scary, yo. I don't know what Spame is. S-A-M-E with a doohickey? I don't know what that is. I'd need to Google it. Clearly, I'm just an idiot once again. That's not too uncommon. Wouldn't even know what part of the world that is. But yeah, no, Stone, I'll bet you I could find you... there's plenty of horror games out there that have a normal, logical build-up. Not really a horror game, but a game that has a really good build-up is Alan Wake. You start off in relatively normal town. You spend the first few days just kind of going around talking to people, and then shit starts happening. My lich has a new demand. Oh, no. You want a steel slab in your dining room. I even have any steel. Could totally make you a steel slab. Steel slab. Oh, never mind. Slab. Yep, not a thing I can do. Sorry. Unless it's called something else. But I doubt it is. I mean, it's okay. What's he gonna do? Put us in prison? We don't have a fucking prison. Like... We're all undead. Like, it's literally a lich in charge of a bunch of, like, grim corpses. That's the status of this fort right now. And we're under perma-siege by a bunch of weird flying humanoids and a bazillion, well, very wet zombie corpses. Still don't know what part of the world that is. Hold on, let me Google it. So I didn't even know that this existed. I'm literally reading about a country I've never heard of before. But that's not too uncommon. Geography was never my strong suit. Or I'm learning about a people that I've never heard of, rather. An indigenous tribe, have a word I can't pronounce. There's the large northern parts of Norway, Sweden, Finland. But then again, I have a hard time keeping track of my local tribes, let alone that part of the world. Yeah, that's what I'm reading about. Interesting. Got a cool looking flag. Man, it's a part of the world that I know very little about, I gotta be honest. Outside of memes. And what the hell just happened? Item blocking building site, eh? That's frustrating. Let's just let them finish building what they're building. See if I can get some of those stones out of there. Cool. Dwarf Necromancer's throwing a tantrum. Very scared that this dwarf is going to break something. Sealand's fucking joke, though. You know, even if this doesn't end up working out, you can't say that I didn't try. I even fought off an undead hedgehog trying to make this damn thing work. Or rather, I caved the giant hedgehog down 2 Z levels to make it work. An invulnerable giant hedgehog. That's why it's your favorite? This dwarf's just tantruming and breaking shit on his way up. You know what? You tantruming piece of garbage. Go be a librarian. Oh, they're giving birth to twins again. I think these disaster of bitten relics are just very heavy breeders. Broke another thing on the way up. Yeah, no, in my opinion, Sealand is just a... It's like the Scientology of countries. It's pointless, makes no sense, and costs some people a lot of money for a joke. Also, I might be seeing things, but I swear to God, I just saw a zombie sleeping. I mean, that's what it is. Like, they're charging people buttloads of money for essentially nothing. Like, it's not helping or benefiting anybody. It's not making the world a better place. It's just a fucking joke that makes a group of people very fucking rich. Turns out there's 2 ways to make a lot of goddamn money on Earth. Way number 1, start a religion. Way number 2, be a king. And you can either be a king of a giant fucking corporation, or you can start a country. And there's only 2 reasons to start a country in 2020. Reason number 1 is to be a creepy piece of shit and have a lot of wives. And the reason number 2 is to want to be a king. I want you to go back upstairs and just go read books. Or stop tantruming. But you're not going to stop tantruming. I wonder if digging out another line here would help. I'm getting incredibly frustrated with this because of how bad the frame rate is. And it's bad because of all of the objects and items and everything. Like, I know why the frame rate is bad, but making this unpleasant. We haven't completed the goal yet. Like, literally everything's ready to go. I just need enough power. It's literally all I need is enough power. And then it's done. So anyway, chat, you guys want to join my religion where we worship this weird streamer named Blind? It's great. I'd love to tell you all about it. You just got to give me $18,000 a month. Should have said a year. That would have been a bit more reasonable. It works for Tom Cruise. So they're canceling these jobs because there's dwarves standing on them when they're trying to complete them. True story, actually. I once went into the headquarters of the Church of Scientology in Vancouver while not sober with a friend of mine out of boredom one day. They're very quick to give pamphlets and paperwork to people who are drunk. I'll just say that. Nervicious, what's up? It's good to see you. Hi, hello. My shit's canceling left and right, and it's frustrating. I need... You know, I'm gonna give you 2 jobs, pilot. Mining. And that's literally it. Mining and woodworking. I need a few dwarves like this. Interesting. I just learned they can't do wood cutting and mining. But that makes a degree of sense why they wouldn't be able to do wood cutting and mining. Dwarf is really slow, but that's okay. I actually have no idea what started Scientology. All I know is I've spent an embarrassing amount of time reading Wikipedia pages about it because I find it absolutely fascinating. Not that it exists. That's not what I find fascinating. What I find fascinating about it is what they actually teach people and that people actually believe it. Kind of in the same way that I find cults fascinating to an extent. Like people that believe incredibly scientifically and logically crazy things that a very small group of people believe. Like, the one thing that it comes down to with Scientology is it always just ends up being sunk cost fallacy because it costs so much money to join that church, and it costs so much money to go to their lessons, and it costs so much money to be in that circle that by the time they actually learn how whack all that shit is, they believe it because they've put so much money into it. And I wonder how much of actual, like, other religions is like that too, because there's a lot of people who donate a lot of money to the church and become part of that community, and then they get stuck in that community, and regardless of how positive or negative it can be, you believe it based on sunk cost fallacy of time and money spent versus actual, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Logic. I mean, it is Alien Slayer. They exploit personal problems. I mean, religion is designed to control people, right? Like, that was its original purpose, was to control the masses. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Damn, you got a lot of hours, so. Unable to complete the gear assembly. Why is that? Most of them are done. Trying to get the one side done first instead of trying to build the whole thing at once. Let's see if this helps. Why is there a mindless dwarf with no... Oh. There's a mindless dwarf with no, like, no ability to do anything. Just wandering around down here. With no meaning or thought in life. And they're not hostile, so I can't attack them. But their entrails are getting everywhere. That's what those two little white tildes are behind him. His entrails. And so if those are on top of an axle that we're trying to build, they'll cancel building the axle because there's something in the way. Wait, what? Okay, this is in the wrong spot. How the heck did that even get constructed? What are we building? I'm trying to make a pump. And I'm trying to make hydropower. Hydromechanical power. But every one of my dwarves are undead, so they're either A, really slow, B, really slow, or C, really whiny and really slow. Because they're all undead. Which doesn't necessarily mean that they will be slow, but in this instance, it certainly means that they're fucking slow. How did that even happen? Okay. How did I do that? Magic! Well, necromancy. Mostly necromancy. I put them all in a room with a lot of corpses on the ground and startled a necromancer with a undead goblin. And then he resurrected the first few, and then we just worked from there. Let's try that. Okay, modern religion is a form of control. Do they still need to drink? No. No one's farming, no one's drinking, no one's eating, no one's doing anything of that sort. But yeah, I should shut up about religion. When I get on religion, I make people sad. Because I have very dour opinions when it comes to that shit. But no, I have undead necromancers. I've learned today that you can take a necromancer. Necromancer? That's like a bodybuilding necromancer. A necromancer, and if you kill them, you resurrect them, they become another necromancer, except they become an unfeeling necromancer, which is like just a necromancer that's significantly more efficient. Because they don't get disturbed by the bodies that they murder. Which is much better. Yeah, they don't accumulate the no drink penalty. Because they don't feel. Like this one. I got two of them actually, but this one's one of them. Back teeth are gone. Kind of injured. Been in a billion places. Recent thoughts. Doesn't care. They get a little tired sometimes, but they don't care, largely. Necromancer. Yeah, exactly. Also, Necromancer is my new brand of bodybuilding supplements. Oh, it's a buff skeleton is the image on the front. A corpse. Spitalier. Although that particular one that I just showed you has actually died 3 times. In quick succession. And been resurrected 3 times in quick succession. All of my dwarves do this, yes. Also, if I go into this area, all of these named Grim Corpses, these are all old dwarves that used to be in my fort that had different names. Well, except for the troglodyte one. They're all friendly. They just exist in my fortress. They wander around. They don't have any jobs. Also, the Night Warriors, Grim Corpses, they don't have any jobs, but they've slowly gained names over time. So I feel like the dwarves are naming them that, or they are naming themselves. One of the two. I'm not sure which, but they just kind of exist in the fort and path around. They don't eat anything. They kind of hang around. And they seem to be friendly. I haven't seen any of the dwarves developing friendships with them, so that's sad. But yeah, they just kind of exist in the fortress. Turns out building another line there is really helping. It's also helping with pathing. Oh, that's a screw pump. Water wheel. I have free guards. Kind of. Although this one needs to be suspended until I finish the gear on the other side, otherwise the whole thing will fall. Yeah, no, this fortress has been wild. That's all I can say about it. It's been wild. Like this right here. This is one of those named Grim Corpses that just hangs around. And it's great. It's been walking in circles around this for the last little bit. I also had these 2 Grim Corpses that were spawned because my mayor tantrumed. My mayor, that undead necromancer that I showed you, tantrumed somehow. I think they were possessed by a ghost, which can force them to tantrum even though they have no moods or thoughts or brain for that matter. Anyway, tantrumed and murdered 2 of my living dwarves and then resurrected them as Grim Corpses. They're friendly. They wander around. They live in my library. One of them has its entrails dangling. The other one has no legs and is crawling. And they just live there in my tavern in pieces. Happily, it seems. But, you know. Yeah, those are its intestines hanging out. Virtual spaceman. Those are its internal organs hanging out. I think you mean meat, not neat, but yes. I made it funny. It's rare to see. It's been fun. My current front, you had an intelligent undead risen in your fort. You had a citizen before. When he came back, he was considered a resident. After a year of standing still in the tavern, he applied for citizenship, back to work. Yep. The problem is like, if you have an intelligent undead die and then get resurrected again, which they do, relatively frequently, in fact. Strange tubes, yes. They die and then get resurrected and then need to reapply for citizenship, which is very annoying. I really wish they wouldn't do that. But yes, that's how it's happened with all of my dwarves. But they still generally work. They still seem to work. Like, they'll just run around doing menial tasks, but you can't just, like, strictly assign tasks to them. Like, they're more helpful than, like, bards, I guess. Also, the perma-combat up there is a giant hedgehog skeleton and one of my Grim Corpse intelligent undead dwarves just locked in eternal combat. Because up at the top of my fort, 62 pages. Up here, these 2 are just eternally fighting for all eternity. Eternally. Forever. I had another one of those giant hedgehogs, and the way we killed it was by channeling out underneath it and dropping it through this table and then down into here. I don't know why there's so much cave spider silk thread there. I'll be honest. I actually have no idea. But there's supposedly a lot of cave spider silk down there. What, the giant hedgehog and the dwarf locked in eternal combat? Also, there's this dwarf who's stuck up on this wall for some reason. who's also an intelligent undead, who's a mindless intelligent undead who is haggard beyond all logic, and must be really good at climbing, because it's just like doing laps around the top of this wall and has been for decades. Well, not decades, but days, months, weeks. I could let them back in the fort in theory, but also the enemy doesn't seem particularly interested in killing him, which I think is interesting. I got a bunch of ghosts I gotta memorialize again. I have slabs engraved that I don't know about. Yes, I do. Those are probably all those dwarves that need to be memorialized. Not that the zombies really care much about ghosts, to be honest, but some of the living necromancers do. This fort's been making me mad. I'm glad you love it, though. You know what? Let's just get rid of this for right now. Do that later. Well, the YouTube folks will get it on November 1st, but... Oh, no. Fuck. The Forgotten Beast. Foul has come. A great humanoid composed of flame. Never mind. He is fat and has a bulging trunk. Beware, it's poisonous. All right. But it's composed of fire, right? I don't have a military, to be clear. Well, not really. Oh, shit's just catching fire. I'm wondering where it's gonna go. Jesus fuck, we're all dead. We're all fucking dead. I was hoping it would just die when it went into the water. But all that steam. Wait, what? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is. Nope, that's not it. That's my dwarf. Alright, it's turning around. We're all fucking dead. It has a way into the fort. Like I said, it has a way into the fort. We're all fucking dead. Unless I can kill it. I'm telling my few military dwarves to come fight the damn thing. Oh no, they're definitely not. Oh, it's fighting with one of my necromancer. It's breathing balls of fire. Okay, well, none of my military dwarves are in contact with it yet, so let's just keep following it. Fighting with somebody. Something's fighting with it, not sure what. Grim Corpse Papermaker. Nope, that's different fight. Oh, it's fighting with Pilot right now. Who is apparently on fire, from what I can tell. It doesn't seem to mind too much. I think this dwarf's just on fire. Oh, please. There's that one wall that's not there. Apparently that's it. No valid target. Oh, well. Cool. Pilot, the dwarf necromancer was found dead. Well, here it comes. Ready for the fort to die, chat? Hope you are, 'cause it's about to happen. Thralls? What thralls? It's fighting a grim corpse. My dwarves are mostly grim corpses. No, it's not gonna be. It's just gonna set it on fire until it burns to death. You know, this is gonna be a silly sentence to say, but if we didn't get weakened so much by that stupid fucking hamster, hedgehog, we probably could kill this thing very easily. Oh, this is about to be really violent. Check this out. Hey, we worship the god of fire for whatever it's worth. The most popular god in this fortress is the god of fire. So it's kind of fitting, I guess. Down to 16 dwarves. Oh, here it goes. There's the fireworks. Did they actually cancel that? I think they did. Yep, still alive. Just rampaging around. We got a live one? We definitely got a live one. And it's coming in hot. A little bit bummed, but honestly, that pump stack was pain. The downfall of this fortress was a giant undead hedgehog. Just so that we're all clear here. The downfall of this fortress was a giant undead hedgehog. I'm trying to put the fires out in my fort. Because it exhausted my military and caused half of them to die. It mangled them beyond recognition because the thing was so strong. And then I had to cave in a portion of the fort to kill it. Oh, is it dead? Oh, it's dead. Quick, don't do that. Stop. Hold up. Is some of my fort made of wood? No, well, nothing important. Not up here, anyway. Gimp, are you okay over there? Forgotten Beast. Forgotten Beast is caught in a cloud of the Forgotten Beast's flames. The Forgotten Beast strikes a Dwarf Grim Corpse. The Dwarf Grim Corpse kicks the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Oh, God. Kicked him in the lower body, and his lower body sails off in an arc. Yes. Gimper, did you just kick a Forgotten Beast in half? Yes. He just kicked a Forgotten Beast in half. 48 notable kills, by the way. Well, it's a sign we must complete our invention. The contraption is almost complete. Good lord. All right, so now we're down to 13 dwarves. a lot of them are still useless. But we still have this one down here who's currently cleaning. Stukos, who's constructing buildings. I mean, it's on fire. Hold on, let's see if I can even see it. The corpse is on fire. Rather. That's his left lower arm, his left lower leg, his left lower body, and his soul's flames. That's just his flames. What's this? That's his right lower arm. That's Gimper, who's very burny right now. Bits and pieces of various livestock. I'm just going to build a wall around it. Assuming they can. Just to kind of keep the fire out of there so that they don't block directions that they can go there. Because I don't think they can they have a hard time pathing through boulders sometimes. Into an elemental fireplace? Nah, I want to get this pump stack done. Sorry, I have one goal right now, and that's
one of many reasons to sub kicking Forgotten Beasts in half.
Yes, but thank you for the 7 months. They're vicious. I mean, we could call this an elemental fireplace. Okay, this wall here. Have they canceled it? Please tell me they haven't. Yeah, they're already suspending it because there's too much smoke. But I want to get this done. This is priority number 1. Okay. And it's already doing much better. Power use-wise. Oh, hey, Gimper's been found dead. I think Gimper burnt to death. Can we just all agree that Gimper's a fucking MVP? Because, good God. Also, I could totally, if I had a manager, I guess I could just make Necromal my manager. Can you make a pedestal, please? I need to put Gimper's body on a pedestal somewhere. Is that emote like cheers? It's like clinking beers together, because I like beer a whole lot, even though I can't drink as much as I used to. But my bot really likes beer, so if you want to know how to do beers, type in the word beer in one of many languages that works. You can also type in the beers emoji, the beer emote. I don't know if I want to add literally every single one of middle-aged ages emotes, because those are all beer glasses, right? But certain people's emotes also work. HS Cheers works. I got lots of different things that make beers pop up in my chat. But yes. Those are good emotes, by the way. I like those. Don't spam too much, though. Keep it reasonable. Also, Holy Spokes, hello. I think I made Japanese work. Also, I think this works. No, that doesn't work. Does this work? Yeah, that works too. Emote responsibly, yes. Also, saves take forever in this world because, well, it's a large world with long history, so it's like 2 minutes or something. I need to actually time it, see how long it is. Fucking long, I'll say that much. You know, I'm kind of new. Tit witch etiquette is maybe my favorite typo I've seen today. I'm kind of new. Tit witch etiquette. Yes, you are kind of new. Tit witch etiquette. It's fine. Don't worry. My chat's weird too, so. Also, we're in it for the long haul today. I'm gonna go for like another 4 hours at least. Not just dwarfs though. We're gonna fucking finish this fountain if I have to fight somebody. Doesn't matter how many necromancers I've been missing for a week. We're gonna fucking finish it. Time to end your day. We'll see you later. Done at work, Spitalier? We'll see you when we see you, man. Can't wait until you get back on the shift where you can hang out more. That or I just need to do more night streams. No, I don't. Crazy how big your small Twitchins? What do you mean? Like it's crazy how big some small Twitch communities can be? Yeah, no, it's there's a lot of channels on Twitch. I know kind of people from certain niches really well, but if you're kind of from outside of those niches, I probably don't know who you're talking about. Like I don't know a lot of League of Legends channels, for example. I do, however, know a shit ton of people who play similar games to me. Oh, you're not even a worker here. Oh, hey, he seems to have started smoking less. But there's something still smoking down here. Oh. Cool, so there's just burning mutilated corpses down here. Whatever. Just gonna cancel this. As long as we can still get down to the basement and do what I need to do. Okay, well, I still got plenty of wood left. Why aren't you guys building this anymore? Cat's been hosting me for years. He auto-hosts me. I also auto-host him. Cat's one of my longest running subscriptions. So I've been subscribed to Cat for 52 months now, I think, was my last resub. But Psycon, how we doing? I saw you say hi, but I didn't say proper hello. Hello, hope you're doing well. Happy Halloween. Season's greeting. Or something. What are you doing? Okay, so Kibbs is one of my last dwarves that actually is capable of brain. And I need you to do one goddamn thing. Carpentry. Work on it, please. Also, lever operation and mechanics. Help me, kids. You're my only hope. Shit's on fire. Don't mind the smoke. I actually do watch a League streamer. A single League streamer. But that's because I've watched him on and off for about as long as I've been on Twitch. So since like 2000, well, since before Twitch actually existed technically, because I watched him on another platform, but before Twitch existed. Don't care. Don't mind all the ghosts hanging out. They're just hanging out. But we are getting way more trick-or-treaters than last year, like by a lot. Kind of wanted to eat some of this. Kind of neat that you're getting trick-or-treaters, but also I'm in an area where trick-or-treating is just canceled completely, so. Like, it's just not a thing this year, period. No one's allowed to trick or treat. You're not allowed to hand out candy. It's just not happening. Not in my city anyway. In theory, I guess you could go to one of the local cities, but it's just not worth it. But I'm in Canada, so I don't know what, or British Columbia, Canada, so I don't know what the rules are for anybody else anywhere else. There you go, that's that, that's that. Man, these are all almost done. Jesus Christ, we had all the pieces. Just need someone to do it. Okay. How many of these are almost done? Like all of them? Jeez. 1400 power, okay. That's almost enough. $1,400, 206. How much does this need? I think we have enough. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, it's kind of funny, Christopher, because Kat describes my channel as I play games that he's too afraid to play because he doesn't think anyone will watch them, which I get a lot about my channel, is that I play games that people think no one would want to watch. All right, let's get this fucking pump done. Unsuspend the construction of that. How much power does that need? 9? It's gonna be close, but I should have enough wood that if I need to expand on the power generation, we can do it down there. This won't do everything that I wanted it to do, but it'll do almost everything that I wanted it to do. The original design will work. It's recommended not, but permitted. Pretty sure Quebec is the same. Okay. Well, my city specifically, you can't. But the neighboring city, you can. Probably not going to stop anybody, realistically. 236. Not quite enough power. Okay, so I need 2 more water wheels. But I'll prep for 3. Actually, no. We'll just do those 2 first. Get those fully set up, and then I'll do the horizontal axles. That sentence hurt, but okay, Clutch. Is extremely entertaining. What, just like the necromancer that's just trying to stop the bleeding? Or just like providing stitches? I'm telling you, man, necromancers are just normal ass dwarves with weird hobbies. So this is, all these tildes are water. Also, it's cool that you're asking questions and not just going, it's complicated. Yeah, so this is actually, here, I'll zoom out a little bit. So what you're actually looking at in this game is just one layer of basically Minecraft blocks at a time. So this is an underground cave, and the blue is water. So this is one layer above. This is one layer above that, one layer above that. If I go down, I can actually go down under the water. So now that it's a lighter color, we're underneath the water, and I'm siphoning that big pool there in the middle underneath those brown things, which are water wheels, and it's generating power and flowing off the map down there. So all that water is getting sucked off the map, basically. Down beneath that, there's lava, because that's the center of the earth. And up at the top, there's an ocean. This is above ground. There's an ocean, and you can see waves. Blind reading the Matrix. I mean, if I was playing like this, then I'd be reading the Matrix. This is vanilla. This is reading the Matrix. My tile set, not so much. When it decides to. There we go. I mean, I can read that. That's fine. I'm a little bit slower on ASCII because well, on that font size anyway, but. Are you a wizard? No, Cupo's a wizard. Because Cupo makes stuff like this. Cupo's a wizard. In the Long Night mod? Not really, but, well, I've dabbled. I haven't streamed it, though. I've installed it. Does that count as dabbling? Like, what do you define as dabbling? How much playtime do you need to be considered dabbling? My mayor is very busy just doing surgery. Oh, right. Yeah, I've got cages that are being made. Yeah, that's a job I can cancel from, like, years ago. Where even are those? I don't even know where my mouse is. There it is. Okay. Well, I don't actually need to remove it, but... Oh, that's a ghost. Hello, Eripterus's ghost. It's about time Eripterus died. Eripterus was, upset by that. Sounds fit. Okay, yes, then I've dabbled in it. Why do you ask? Are you asking because Clark Smash put another video up on it? At some point, yeah, I'll like properly play it, but I just kind of haven't gotten around to it, if I'm being completely honest. I just kind of haven't gotten around to it. I've got so much stuff that I'm doing in vanilla, like it's difficult to justify the time to learning a mod. But you know, once you kind of, I do understand Dwarf Fortress kind of sensibilities, it's a lot easier to just pick up a mod like that. I mean, at some point I'll do it, but I'll probably do that once I'm finished with Long Death, or if I really need a break from Long Death. Fuck. Out of wood again. Oh, never mind. Not out of wood. Found some wood I can claim. Any wood over there? Nope. Yep. I can't go up to the surface to get more, and there's none underground. All right, well. Instead of that, cancel that, deconstruct that, cancel that. What? What happened to those three in the middle? Did somebody tantrum and break it? God damn it. I mean, it's just rethemed DF, which is fine. I think I would rather play a Caves of Cud overhaul mod. Like, if I were to play rethemed Dwarf Fortress, I think I would rather play Caves of Cud themed Dwarf Fortress. For whatever that's worth. I think I would genuinely prefer that. You feel like it's vanilla EDF with the exclusion of the magic aspect? What do you mean the exclusion of the magic aspect? Like, trying to explain stuff with machines instead of trying to explain stuff, but magic! It just works. Is that what you mean? One thing I will say about the Long Night mod from my dabblings is I find the writing is really neat. And I like the vehicle stuff. There we go. More than enough power. Okay, you know what? Since I have more than enough power, I'll just hook this fucking thing up. $2,600. I don't know why the power randomly doubled. There must have been like one piece that needed to get connected. But I got more than enough power. Okay. I have to get that finished and that finished. Why are those not getting made? Oh, I know why. I'm willing to bet I know why, actually. Doesn't matter what it is as long as it's not wood. Ideally, gabbro blocks. More of those disaster of Belricks are giving birth to triplets. Okay. I'm actually not sure why this one isn't active. Do you have two mechanisms? Oh, because the gear assembly hasn't been placed there. Interesting. Oh, that's a gem. Okay. I was wondering, like, why isn't this gear assembly working? Oh, because it's a gem, not a gear assembly. Same sprite, different color. Even this game trips me up sometimes. Well, it's working. This could be bad, actually. Yeah, I think they got those pieces filled in. It's working, friends. It's working. It's working. Sorry to that one goblin zombie in there. I do too. It's my full-time job, Kristen. Sucks to be that one zombie goblin in there who's been in there for a very long time. Couple years. Oh, there he goes. Sucks to be you, mate. This is my home. Oh no, not my home. And look at that. The ocean's melting underneath it. Check that out. Or above it, rather. It's not going to fill up or overflow or anything. But part 1 is done. Oh, hey. The enemy siege ended. Means I can do some shenanigans. By shenanigans, I mean, what time of year is it? 15th sandstone mid-autumn? Okay. Where's that pump? Right here. All right. Here's what we got to do. Got a lever to pull. And we got some digging. There's one more thing I want to do. Let's pull that lever. Going to do one of two things. It's either going to turn this off the way it should, or it's going to blow the whole thing up. Also, I only have 11 dwarves left, and at least 3 of them are unable to do anything. Period. Because they're locked in eternal combat with a giant... Well, some of them have lost their minds. I have like 3 undead dwarves that are capable of doing things. That goblin is still burning. Anyway, I've got like 3 dwarves that are actually capable of doing things. One of them is perma-locked in surgery, so... Uh-oh. Where's that lava coming from? We must shut this down. But lava's falling from somewhere. I'm not sure how, but it's going to catch itself on fire. Assuming axles can catch fire. I need a drain for this. Stat. Although, actually, we're okay. Because they pulled the lever and the whole thing stopped. But there is lava falling from somewhere up here. Ah, there it is. That's where it was falling. I thought that those got finished. I guess they didn't. You know what I could do? Just build an upstair right here. Or you know what? I could just not worry about it and call the fort done. You know what? Let's just not worry about it and hope that that doesn't cause any catastrophic damage. Oh no. Oh phew. I misread what that was. Okay. That is cool. That is so cool. The way it's heating up the ice around that. That is super cool. I've never actually seen that before. I knew that that was a mechanic, but I've never actually seen that. Anyway, can we get a big fucking round of beers? Because we finished this goddamn thing. You know what? Let's just do this. You're going to go construct that building. Someone's going to go pull that lever again. Actually... Okay, that's super cool. Look at the steam up here. The water's actually melting up here. Fortunately, my miners are all turbo shit. Actually, no, I want you to go over there and do that. Channel that. To 11? I never had 117 dwarves. I had 90. Interesting, it's refreezing. As this drains, the ice is refreezing. The water is melting? Yep. Well, it's refreezing. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to get this necromancer to dig all the way over there. It's going to take a minute. I'm going to channel down so that this will begin to fill. It'll only fill so far, unfortunately. The other thing I can do is I can get them to dig over here. Actually, that's what I'm going to get them to do. Get them to dig over to here, because fuck that side. Screw this whole side. This isn't my original plan. My original plan was to just fill that structure up. I'm going to do it this way. Take you off of health care. So that's enough health care for you. The ghosts can help them. I need you to help me mining. Same with you. You need to also come help mining. What time of year is it? Mid-autumn, we got lots of time. I do mean lots of time. Are you socializing with a ghost? I really, really hope that you're socializing with that ghost. I know that that dwarf is socializing alone, in quotes, but I really, truly, genuinely hope that that dwarf is socializing with that ghost. In my headcanon, that dwarf is socializing with that ghost. Also, by the way, the Grim Corpse papermaker Einod Solo Zeden is still locked in eternal combat with a giant hedgehog skeleton. It's been 2 years, approximately, based on my guess. It's been at least a year. They've just been locked in eternal combat, beating each other. Neither are able to hurt the other one. So flawless. I don't know if they're socializing with ghosts necessarily, but they're socializing and there just happens to be a ghost next to them. Now, because this dwarf is undead, an intelligent undead, so basically an undead corpse possessed by the soul of the dwarf that they previously were, I'm hoping that instead of being afraid of the ghost next to them, they're just talking. Because they're both undead. More or less, yes. 2 straight years of Hulk versus Sonic. Dwarf Fortress is interesting. So what I'm doing is I have a theory, right? My theory is, well, what happens if I pump a bunch of lava under the ice? Well, I know what happens if I pump a bunch of lava into water. It turns to obsidian. Am I going to get a handy-dandy little obsidian box? Because I wonder. Because that would be mighty helpful. Also, god damn, you are bad at your job, Dwarf. Yeah, I have one useful Dwarf. It melts. But what happens to the melted ice? I would assume it would turn to obsidian. Right? That's what I'm hoping anyway. That's what I'm banking on right now. Becomes water, yes. And then the water touches the lava. So best case scenario, I get an obsidian box. Worst case scenario, nothing of note happens. So I'm gonna do it. Because god damn it.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Yeah, that. Some sounds are patron only. Okay, let's start digging. And thanks for all the lurks, Weevil. There we go. All right. There we go. Keep digging. You want to be able to pump it and then have obsidian on the pump, basically? I just want to know what'll happen. I've never had a frozen ocean and a lava pump before. So I'm doing science for me. Because I want to see if I can make an obsidian box in the ocean. For future science projects. Also, I'm very curious. Man. Actually, this could be bad. Dwarfy, you want to come over here and do me a thing? Once you're done mining out all this stuff, I need you to make this lava go away quicker. By that, I mean drain it into my bedrooms. Because that's efficient. Doesn't need to be practical, it just needs to be efficient. All right, do that. Perfect. Easy does it. I mean, we're necromancers. We don't need bedrooms. Come on. Undead monsters and necromancers. Turns to obsidian. God, that would be amazing. I mean, I already managed to make null space over there, but that's a little bit too complicated to explain. How deep is this? Oh, it's pretty shallow. That'll be gone pretty soon. Also, I will put you back onto healthcare because you insist on just doing surgery all day. Although he's got all the equipment he needs for surgery. He's literally reconstructing those zombies. Man, I'd be so happy right now if we got a migrant wave. But like 15 more dwarves to just get this shit done would be wonderful. I think we get them in the spring. Audio, what up? Good to see you. Welcome to the Not end of the stream. Got a couple hours. I mean, was totally planning on playing multiple games today, but this is just taking too long. There we go. I literally have one dwarf who's capable of doing anything in the fort. What? You're going to go clean? Oh, shit! I have another dwarf who's doing things. That's exciting. Can, oh, never mind. Can you... Yes. Yes! One of the dwarfs healed. I mean, one of the zombies was reconstructed by whatever the fuck my necromancer's doing. Do I really want to channel the tile north too? I have to. Nobody in this... Well, there is almost nobody in the fort that is technically living. But yeah, no, this tile needs to be channeled so it can connect. And this tile needs to be channeled so that it can connect. Both of those need to get channeled. That's how pumps work. Those two spots need to get channeled. So, yes, I'm certain I would like to channel those. I mean, at this point, we are faded ones, whatever those are. Yeah, I'm putting another pump on top of this, yeah. To pump water... To pump lava underneath an ocean. On the same level as the ocean. Just for the curiosity's sake of wanting to know what the fuck's gonna happen. And that's probably going to be my last science experiment. You'd use pressure to push lava up. Unfortunately, well, I mean, I guess I could piston it, but lava doesn't develop pressure. So I could lava piston it, but that's about, or yeah, I could piston it, but that's about it. Which I'm not prepared to do. And there's no evil forces on the surface anymore. I still kind of don't have access to the surface because there's undead giant hedgehogs up there, which are completely, totally, and utterly invincible. And builds the pipeline, just one dwarf. I mean, I had hundreds of or 100-ish dwarves to build the thing initially. I have 2 dwarves that are functional now. The rest are all in pieces. Then I have a few completely undead necromancers, and I think 1 living necromancer, which is still a form of undead. But yeah, that's where we're at. But to build the pipeline, you have to build individual pipe pieces, and then you have to build blocks, and they have to be magma safe. You have to build corkscrews, and then you have to assemble them all in a stack. So, but yeah, for this one piece of piping that we're going to add and pump, 1 dwarf will do all the construction once the game's done saving. The game saves every season, so that means we're in winter now. With an over 2,000% mortality rate. I'm pretty sure some of my dwarves have died at least 5 times. Weevil. Also, with a name like President Weevil, like, you know, you're my people. Also, that ghost in between those 2 dwarves, he's just helping. I don't know who it is. Forms of twisted from their nightmare, Legion of Night. What hope remains? I don't know. What hope does remain? None for me, that's for show. Here come the forces of the darkness. What are we up against? Oh, more flying. Proc gen undead. About DF undead? I mean... DF undead, it just works. The forces of darkness. Yes, there's many invaders, which are these very large, hairy blobs with thin wings of stretched skin, black hair that is very curly. And it was the first creature accidentally created by the dwarven fated one Abam Florwind, of Room Brother, after horrible experiments gone wrong on horses in Bitten Relic in the year 960. And then there's these things, which are small, three-eyed humanoids with wings of stretched skin. It is black skin that is wrinkled, and this night creature was first created by the dwarven fated one Aban Florwind of the Room Brother, after horrible experiments done on Goblin in Picksafe in the year 960. Must not have been a very good experimenter, because they all went wrong. All right, so they're almost finished digging this out. Normally this would go way faster, but they're extremely fucking slow. And the reason they are extremely fucking slow is because they are the lowest level miners. The reason they are the lowest level miners is because undead things can't gain skills because they have no brain, get it? So because of this, they are completely, totally useless. I just heard fireworks. It begins. Is to make a funny blob with wings, then it wouldn't say it was a mistake or accidental experiments. What's funny about the blobs with wings is they breed like crazy. They have triplets and twins all the time while they're sieging me. Like they're just like constantly birthing young. It's like, what is happening? It's a flying sack. I mean, yeah, basically. So you're constructing this. This dwarf isn't technically part of my faction, but is still making good use of their living space. Did make this out of the right material, didn't I? Did y'all see what kind of blocks I used? I'm second guessing it, so I'm just going to rebuild it. Oh, it's just Gabbro. Cool, that's fine. Just making sure I was using the right block type. Because if I wasn't using the right block type, well, that would be bad. Ice walls. Those would not be very effective against lava. And I don't want this thing caving back in on itself. That's also ice wall that I just built, you big dumb. You can have architecture. Maybe you'll go build that thing. You'll stop socializing, as you have been for the last few hundred years, it feels like. Or a few seasons. But I'll also give that job to you. So now, in theory, turning this on is going to do one thing. Let's make a fuckload of steam. I'm going to reroute the whole thing. Because the lighthouse works. We know that. That job has succeeded. But now we're seeing if this experiment works, which is much more complicated. Also, I think that pump is done. Yes, it is. And it works. All right. So all I need to do is flip a switch and this thing turns on. So let's just surround this top pump with block walls. And then pull the lever. Kronk. This is going to be very, very interesting. If I wasn't under siege, I could build another one on top. But I am under siege, so I can't do that. I need someone to make a pull the lever sound command for me that isn't the soundbite from that movie. Pull the lever. Maybe I could get Krug Smash to record pull the lever for me. I got that piece of wall out of there. Squawk, have you had an appropriately spooky day? Hope you have. At least all those blocks are nice and close by. Because I don't want... Well, I mean, these are magma safe, so in theory they shouldn't get caught in their own lava. So this will be the last wall piece I'm going to put in. Then I'm going to seal off the way to the outside. And then this is going to be the final experiment for this fortress. And then I have to ask you, chat, do we succumb to the invasion, or do I just save the fort and don't come back? What do you think would be better? Assuming we don't somehow die because of this. Which might still happen. I don't actually know. we could maybe die because of this. Our future is not certain. I'll say that. This fort is a fucking mess. But chat, what do you guys think of the Halloween fort? Was this a nice change of pace for a week? There are still hours of Halloween. Depending on what time zone you're in, it's over. I don't know what you're on about. I like how they build the wrong one first, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Pull that lever. Hey, you're just here in time for the fireworks. Okay, you know what? Let's deconstruct that. And deconstruct that. Gabbro blocks. And Gabbro blocks. For some reason, they are unable to go down here. I don't know why. They have access to it. I've seen dwarves run past it, but... There you go. What am I doing? I'm about to pump the... Well, every one of my dwarves is undead, or a necromancer, or an undead necromancer. And I'm about to pump the lava from underground into an ocean. A frozen ocean. Because I can. Just to see what'll happen. I'm half expecting the game to just combust. Okay, well that's done. Which means I can then go down here and pull the very important lever.
It's a human system. I know this.
You might, but I certainly don't. Is a vampire still around? I mean, everyone's dead, so no. I never did figure out who the vampire was. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, there's just a dwarf out here. Okay, you're not supposed to be out there. Oh, you're gonna go pull the lever for me. Excellent. I don't know what you're doing out there, but... All right, let's see what this does. I'm seeing steam. A little bit disappointed that that ended so quickly. I was kind of hoping it would melt more. But I have an obsidian surface. All right, so what I can do now is I can jump back down to the lowest layer, pause it, then mine into that obsidian, which is going to take 10,000 years. Okay, not anywhere near as exciting as I was hoping. But it does indeed become obsidian. Do I stream other stuff? I stream games that I'm interested in. Which is a lot of traditional roguelikes, a lot of turn-based roguelikes. But also just games that I'm interested in. I know that might just sound kind of yes, or like a cop-out answer, but it's the most honest answer I have. Interesting. Oh, the one that I got paid to play? I mean, it's not good. That game's not good. So I'd rather not say the line out now that I've said it's not good, but you can just go look in my game history if you want to find it. So you like run-based games then, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I never actually played Death Road to Canada, but I remember watching Kat play it a lot back in the day. How about I just fill the fort up with lava? Oh, just the closed captions? No, I agree with that. That's why I use it. What is my opinion of their Discord? They're great. They've always been great. I don't take part in bullshit. And everything that's going on there is bullshit. But the people who make Caves of Cud and their community are awesome. Guys. I've played Caves of Cud for so long that that shit's just funny. I'm gonna fill this thing up with lava. All right. Hey, Grim Fox. Been a minute. You have some experiences? What do you mean? Don't most people have experiences? All right. Let's just do that. And shit is whack. I agree with that. Shit is indeed whack, and stable housing is a challenge to find in the current year. Being homeless is no fun. I've been there, done that. Wouldn't recommend it. Oops. I just caught a dwarf on fire. Sorry, Pink. I didn't realize that much lava was right there. Apparently, that much lava was right there. But... whoops. You know what? This fort's been fun. My favorite rogues? Currently? Caves of Cud, Brogue, Jupiter Hell, Adom, Tome. Well, it's just most of these dwarves are just in perma surgery. I'm getting kind of tired of waiting for them to do things, so. This fort has been fun. Wave goodbye to it, chat. We did have the lighthouse running for a minute there. When did I stream Rogue? I've never streamed Rogue. The game? Like OG Rogue? I've never streamed OG Rogue. Also never streamed NetHack. We dug all the way down to the basement. We had magma forges. We made a pump stack of glass. I've just been goofing around for the last little bit, but... my miner caught fire, which is a minor problem, actually. Yeah, and I don't actually think I have a dwarf that's capable of mine. I mean, I do, but this dwarf has just been locked in eternal socializing forever. This dwarf is trying to attend a meeting and can't because the person he's trying to attend the meeting with is trying to stop the bleeding of this dwarf. And I have no other dwarves that are capable of doing anything, that are functional enough to do anything. Like this one, for example, who's just permanently in the hospital. So, you know what? Goodbye. Re-embark? No. I'm done. Not worth it. I've been in this one fort for 8 hours today. Not even remotely worth it. Not even remotely worth it. Good streams are hard to come be indeed. They're indeed hard to come be. And that's it. Goodbye, Shatteredmonster, which means next time we stream DF, We go back to Long Death. In my headcanon, those liches and zombies would go in there and eventually finish putting themselves back together and then cram their way back out into that ocean and dig in. You know what actually probably would happen if I re-embarked there? Because the wall on the ocean side never got filled in, is 3 months would pass, the ocean would melt, and the fort would be flooded. Is probably what would happen if you re-embarked on that fort. No, it's, I just, typos like that are just fun to comment on. I always just assume it's an autocorrect issue. Like, I'm not making fun of you, to be clear. I think it's funny. That's all. So now the question is, it's Halloween, right? It's Halloween, and I'm fully planning on just taking tomorrow off, because Friday is my normal day to stream, or is my normal day off, and I earned a day off from you guys in channel points over the last month. So I'm taking tomorrow off. So we got, like, I don't know, I got another hour or two left in me, maybe 3. What kind of Halloween vibes do you guys want? We could play something a little different. We could play something a little similar. Depends on what kind of vibes you guys are feeling. Also, God almighty, this history's taken forever to save. I mean, games that I'm feeling like playing right now. I want a reading of my favorite Halloween joke. I don't read jokes. Jokes are a time and place thing, you know? Feeling lurks? It's fair enough. As long as those lurks feel smooth and comfy. I don't want too much thinking. I'd say about the most thinking I'd be capable of doing would be Brogue. The least thinking I'd be capable of doing... Dude, I've had that tag for like a year plus. I'm never going to turn that tag off. I could play some Brogue. I could play some Dusk. I could be convinced to play Brigador. I could be convinced to play some Ziggurat too. I don't own either of those games. Well, I don't own a single one of those games, actually. Well, Age of Wonders 1 I own, and Age of Wonders Planetfall I own, but I ain't streaming either of those. Planetfall was bad, and 1 is old. Not that I'm opposed to streaming old games, but in this instance, eh. Let me think for a second here. You enjoyed Dusk a lot?